Township Board of Supervisors. This meeting has been properly advertised in accordance with the Pennsylvania Sunshine Act as a virtual meeting conducted using the Zoom telemeeting platform. Additionally, the township's conference bridge has been made available for those who cannot participate in the webinar format. The conference bridge can be accessed by calling 814-238-4651 and entering extension 3799 when prompted. If you're joining tonight as a member of the public or as an agent to speak on behalf of an item that is not on the agenda, meaning for citizens' input, if you could please enter your name and your municipality of residence and generally the topic that you wish to speak on using the chat feature located beneath the word bubble at the bottom of your screen. If you're here tonight to speak on behalf of an item that's on the agenda, I'll provide instructions momentarily on how you can sign up to speak during the public hearings. Just prior to commencing the meeting, I have a few short procedural items to cover. First, the meeting this evening has been structured as a webinar format, meaning that attendees will not be permitted to speak unless acknowledged by the chairman and enabled by the host. This has been formatted accordingly to account for the number of attendees projected to speak at the public hearing on the proposed stormwater management utility fee ordinance. I will now just describe a little bit briefly how to sign up for that. So in the chat, and I'm going to post again here the link. There's a Google form that was created by our staff here that you can click on, and I'm monitoring it on another screen over here in real time. We've had a few already sign up, so I know it works, which is a good thing. If you could just click on that link, fill out the form, and then you'll be placed in a queue on our response sheet. I'll provide that information to the chairman at the appropriate time about who is next on the list to speak, and the chairman will acknowledge members of the public accordingly in order in which they signed up. If anybody is joining us on the conference bridge, I know I acknowledged a few that were on just a moment ago. If you wish to speak, just kind of verbally indicate, and I'll take your name and your information, and I will note it in the appropriate place. Secondly, I'm going to ask board members to indicate their name when either motioning or seconding a motion so that the minutes can accurately reflect the action taken. And then finally, I will take a roll call of the Board of Supervisors to ensure that all members can hear and interact by using the Zoom meeting platform. You can just please indicate that you're here when your name is called. Mr. Miller.
Here.
Ms. Danini.
Here.
Mr. Mitra.
Here.
Ms. Strickland.
Here.
Ms. Stevens.
Here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have a quorum.
Thank you, Dave. First item on the agenda is citizens input for anything that is not on the agenda. So if anyone cares to address the board for something other than the agenda items, please indicate in the chat feature you would like to speak. Otherwise, we will move on to the agenda. Seeing no one requesting to speak to the board at this point, I will move on to the approval of minutes for the September 21st, 2020 Board of Supervisors regular meeting.
Motion to approve by Laura.
Lisa, second.
Okay, are there any corrections or changes? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Then we will go to special reports. We have the COVID-19 report from the manager on things that are occurring in the region and in the township, as well as a business needs survey response report from Centrise Martin, the assistant to the manager. So I'll turn over to Dave.
Thank you. And I'll just note at the beginning of my report that Ms. Martin is unavailable to join us this evening. So she's asked to defer her report on the business needs survey until this coming Wednesday for the second part of the regular meeting. I
Okay.
can touch on just one item on her business needs survey, on the business needs survey result that's sort of appropriate for the agenda item that we'll talk about later. But there have been a few critical developments since my last report. On each of these items, you can find more detail by visiting the Center Region Ready Facebook page or the COG website at crcog.net. First, as many of you may know, Trick or Treat has been set for Thursday, October 29th from, from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. with a rain date set for November 1st. This decision was made irrespective of the pandemic, and it is common practice for the Center Region municipalities when Halloween falls on the same day as a home football weekend. There will be, however, a reevaluation of the conditions in the Center Region in concert with the Pennsylvania Department of Health as we approach the set date to determine if Trick or Treat can be held safely. A final decision will be made the week of October 19th, and information will be communicated out to residents via our township media and social media. The Centers for Disease Control website has some good resource material available for the public, including tips to ensure safe trick-or-treating this year during the pandemic. Secondly, the strike team deployed to Center County by the Pennsylvania Department of Health in response to the rapidly increasing number of confirmed cases has concluded its review and provided a report to the Emergency Operations Center and Center County. Recommendations include enforcement of local ordinances, expansion of community partnerships and stakeholder engagement, expanding regional cooperation, and leveraging emergency aid and assistance. Many of these recommendations are either currently in place or are being pursued at the regional and county level. Coupled with this initiative was a drive-through free COVID-19 testing facility located at the Nittany Mall. As of the most recent data that I viewed, the site tested more than 300 participants, with 278 testing negative and 23 testing positive for the virus. The majority of positive cases were in the age 19 to 24 demographic. The test site remains open this week and Tuesday through Saturday from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. It's no cost and no insurance is required. No appointment is needed. You simply drive up and you get your test. As of October 1st, there are 2,688 cases in Center County. 26,762 people have been tested negative for COVID-19. Most of these confirmed cases are in the 16801 and 16802 zip code, and a majority of the geographic area of Ferguson Township continues to report 0 positive cases. Center Area Transportation Authority, or CATA, is temporarily discontinuing service on its CATA bus commuter routes effective today. More information on specific routes impacted can be found online at catabus.com. In Ferguson Township, the F route with service to Pine Grove Mills and the S route with service to Science Park are being temporarily suspended. And then next, in response to a question from Ms. Dennini at my last report, I've been informed that approximately 11% of the students quarantining on campus in Penn State's facilities reside permanently off campus. As of October 2nd, the Penn State dashboard shows 2,678 total positive cases, 2,040 of which are no longer active. Finally, as reported at our last meeting, and as the board is aware, staff has concluded its business needs survey. However, as I noted earlier, Centrice Martin, the assistant to the manager, is unavailable to provide her report this evening. I should note that one of the conclusions of the report from the respondents was that there was a greater need for childcare services to be provided in local proximity to places of employment in the township. That is appropriate, or that is relative to an agenda item on modifying zoning regulations to be more permissive or to remove the conditional use process for at-home daycare facilities that Jenna Wargo will introduce later this evening. So again, I just want to conclude my report by thanking residents and business owners in the township for your patience and your understanding as we continue to recover from this unprecedented crisis. That concludes my report. I'll answer any questions that the board may have.
Are there any questions for Dave? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to the next item, which is under unfinished business. We have the preliminary land development plan for 3961 West Whitehall Road, State College Borough Water Authority.
I'll ask Jenna Wargo, Planning and Zoning Director, to introduce that item. And one kind of logistical item before we proceed. I know we have a few representatives and agents speaking or here on behalf of the State College Borough Water Authority. I'm going to kind of run through the list, and those that I recognize, I will make panelists for the duration of this discussion so that they can speak and answer questions that the board may have. Jenna?
All right. Provided with the agenda is a copy of the preliminary land development plans submitted by Gwen Dobson and Foreman Engineering on behalf of their client, State College Borough Water Authority. Land development plan proposes water pumping improvements to the Coker well fields on tax parcel 24006-055E, located at 3961 West Whitehall Road. Parcel is 47.7 acres and is in rural agricultural. The construction consists of 2 buildings that measure 7 feet by 4 inches. Each building will be in close proximity to the existing well number 71 and 78. There's an existing floodplain that traverses the parcel, and no construction is planned within the floodplain. On June 23rd, 2020, the variance was granted to utilize FEMA mapping for the floodplain boundary determination instead of independent hydrologic and hydraulic study as required by Chapter 27, Section 01 floodplain conservation. Planning Commission reviewed this plan at their September 14th regular meeting and recommended that the Board of Supervisors approve the preliminary land development plan for the State College Borough Water Authority Coker Wellfield pumping improvements. And I am unable to share my screen right now. Dave, can you, if you want to view it, it's very minimal.
Okay, I believe I enabled that. You should be okay.
So really, I think the best image is right on the cover page. These would be the 2 sites that they're looking at. This is Bramblewood right here and Whitehall coming down on the side here. We have Brian Heiser with State College Borough Water Authority and Ken Belden with Gwen Dobson Foreman if you have any additional questions.
Thank you, Jenna. We'll start to ask if any of the board members have any questions for Jenna or for the Water Authority representatives. Speak up if you do, because I can't see everyone, so.
I don't. Laura does not.
Okay. I'm not hearing any questions, so is there a motion?
I, Laura, move that the Board of Supervisors approve the preliminary land development plan for 3961 West Whitehall Road, subject to the outstanding conditions as described in the Community Planner Memorandum dated September 29th, 2020.
Hussein gets second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, call for a vote. All in favor? Aye.
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 All opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
So next item on the agenda is a public hearing on an ordinance of the Township of Ferguson, Center County, Pennsylvania, utility for stormwater collection and management. So, I think I'll ask Dave to introduce this, then I'll go over how we're going to handle this in light of a virtual meeting. So, or did you want me to go through the process first, Dave, or?
Oh, I can introduce it. I'm sorry. I was trying to kind of figure out the mechanics of removing our representatives from the Water Authority as panelists, but I think I did something wrong there. So I'll roll right in. So good evening and thanks to everybody for attending. We have quite a representation both on the Zoom call this evening as well as on our conference bridge that's made available. As you know, tonight is the public hearing on the proposed stormwater management utility ordinance. Please be reminded that in the chat box there is a sign-in sheet and I'm going to repost the link right now. Yep. So that it's at the bottom of the chat. Oh, actually, I'm sorry. Let me repost it because I sent it. There it is. So you can click on that link and you can fill out the information on the form. It will hold your place in the queue. It'll put your name on the sign-in sheet. We have about 14 individuals that have signed up thus far. So if you wish to speak at the public hearing, please make use of that Google form and sign up. For those that are on the conference bridge, and I did acknowledge those of you just a moment ago, if you wish to speak at the public hearing, please let me know and I will make sure that your name gets signed up and on the list. A copy of the draft ordinance that was advertised has been included with the agenda this evening. This hearing represents really the penultimate discussion of a 3-year-long study to evaluate the feasibility and the structure of a stormwater management utility fee. While the enabling state legislation that has permitted municipalities to establish these fees has only been in place since 2016, communities around the country have been establishing these programs since the 1970s as a means to provide a more equitable mechanism for assigning costs based on contribution to the problem of stormwater management. Staff does not have a lengthy presentation scheduled this evening, but we have provided detailed slides and data to the board and the public in prior meetings, all of which can be accessed from the Stormwater Fee tab on our website. Tonight, I'm joined by Dave Modricker, Director of Public Works, Elizabeth Treadway of the firm Wood, the Township's Stormwater Fee Consultant, Eric Anderson, Director of Finance, and Ron Seibert, the Township Engineer. I want to publicly thank these individuals for their work on this study and the many hours that they spent refining the proposed scope and billing methodology to reflect our current and projected revenue needs for this critical service. I would also like to thank the men and women who served on our Stormwater Advisory Committee throughout this process. The committee was tasked with forming a structure for consideration by the board, including defining the levels of service, providing input on the credit policy manual, billing methodologies, and other components of the program. They were not, however, asked to make a recommendation on whether or not the township should implement a fee. Similarly, staff does not have a recommendation to offer on this subject, as fiscal policy is set by the elected officials of Ferguson Township based on what they believe to be in the best interests of our residents to meet our growing demands on infrastructure and service delivery. I'll conclude my introduction by noting that the proposed level of service has been revised to reflect the removal of the acquisition of equipment and the employment of an additional foreman and operator, as well as to commit all capital projects related to stormwater management to the stormwater fee in the first year of the program. This was in consideration of the board's direction to remove additional staff and to contract out services in the interest of reducing expenditures. No equipment will be purchased with this fund, and no staff, other than the transition from part-time to full-time employment for the stormwater engineer, has been incorporated into the first 2 years of the program. While an 8-year budget projection is provided for context, as always, there are no committed expenditures in the proposed program schedule, and all expenditures are evaluated year to year along with the entire township budget. The board and staff work to only include costs that are necessary to achieve the goals established through the budgeting process. In closing, I would like to note that the public is able to engage with the board by completing the Google form I referenced earlier, linked to in the chat. And after my introduction, I'll ask the chairman to provide a moment for individuals to sign up that maybe haven't had a chance to, although I think most folks that want to speak have had an opportunity to sign up. I will acknowledge anyone on the conference line who wishes to speak as well. Speakers will be recognized by the chairman according to the order in which they signed up. When acknowledged, I will grant permission to speak on the webinar for the duration of your comment. At the conclusion of the time allotted for the public hearing this evening, I've recommended that the Board of Supervisors continue the public hearing until October 19th during the regular meeting, at the conclusion of which a vote will be scheduled on the ordinance. With that, I will turn the floor back to Chairman Miller. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. I guess before we get going, I'm just going to go through the process so everybody knows how we're approaching this discussion. This is a public hearing. It's a chance for the public to address the board on the item. It is a meeting. This will just be people will make comments. Or if there are specific questions, I'm asking have to Some questions we may want to answer or ask the staff or the consultant to answer if there are details that come up as questions. Questions to the board will not be answering directly, but they will be part of our discussion. We'll take those to guide the discussion that we have. I'm going to set up an hour of public comment. I would ask people to keep that in mind, that we will be ending the public comment at the end of an hour. And there are plenty of people who want to comment. So if you keep your comments to the point and, get as many people as we can. After we close the public comment, if there are people who have not had a chance to address the board, we will still be accepting comments through email, and my expectation is that we will continue this meeting to October 19th, and at that time, continue. Anyone who is already on the list tonight that did not get a chance to comment will be at the top of the list on that meeting. After we take public comment, I'll ask if there are specific questions. We may ask for answers to those from the staff or the consultant. Then we will start board discussion. I'm going to ask each board member to make a statement if they choose to do so. No one's required to do that. But we've had a lot of questions come in by email, and I think board members may want to address some of those individually before we start discussion. Then I will open discussion. At that point, the board members, if we want to make any modifications to the proposed ordinance, will be able to make amendments tonight through a motion. If there are any changes, we wouldn't be able to take a vote tonight, but at this point, I don't anticipate doing that anyway. At the end of our discussion, I'm going to request the board that we continue the public hearing to October 19th so that we can update anything that we've changed and have a chance for further public comment if there are changes made, and then you schedule a vote for the 19th. So that's the process I have in mind. So at this point, I think we'll go to the public comment. I'll ask Dave to monitor the list that we have. And as I said before, we'll go for an hour of public comment. So it's 7:23, so we'll go through 8:23 with public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe our first two signups were not interested in speaking. They were just signing in kind of for the record. So to Mr. and Mrs. Deibler, if you do wish to speak, please just indicate so in the chat, and I'll make sure that you get acknowledged. But otherwise, I'll move on to Kathleen Davies, who is down here. Ms. Davies, I don't see your name appearing. I should know too, please, and I specify this in the chat, but just to elaborate, if you can make sure that the name that you sign up on the chat, the Google form rather, matches the name that you have in Zoom so that I can align them properly and make sure that I allow the appropriate person to speak. So Ms. Davies, if you could type your name into the chat feature that you have on the Zoom message, I will make sure that you are acknowledged. So I'll move on then to Ms. Johnson, who I heard from earlier. All right, Ms. Johnson, you should be able to speak.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I'm actually Kathleen Davies.
Oh, there you go.
There you go. There you go. I did send emails to all the supervisors. Last week, I spent a couple of evenings walking around the neighborhood, which is in the Piney Ridge area. First and foremost, most people didn't know what this was all about, let alone that there was going to be a Zoom meeting. But my concern is that at this time, I don't think it's a very good time to pass such a tax fee, whatever you want to call it, through going through this COVID pandemic right now. People have lost their jobs, hours have been cut, and especially in this neighborhood, there are a lot of people on fixed incomes, and they frankly can't afford to pay an additional tax. Some people are only receiving $1,500 a month in Social Security, and that's all they're getting. And that's not a lot of money when you add up all of your expenses plus food and health insurance. That's my comment. So I would appreciate if they take that in consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Sharima Young. And you're on, Sharima.
Okay, thank you, Dave, and good evening to the board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. We sent or submitted a letter that I will just kind of go over a few highlights about our ask and request for an exemption and for 100% credit. So I wanted to just talk a little bit about why we wanted or requested the exemption. Hopefully you can hear me okay. We really believe that based on the fact that a lot of MS4 permit holders like Penn State do have best management practices that are implemented as permit holders that we're required to do. And we document these things as well as we hold the equipment to mitigate stormwater. So we mitigate our own stormwater as a MS4 permit holder. And on top of that, in addition to that, the university conducted a comprehensive analysis of stormwater impacts from our property and found that quite a bit of runoff comes from Ferguson Township onto our property. So about a 5-to-1 ratio. And when you talk about that and us already having to mitigate that, we do believe that qualifies us to receive an exemption / 100% credit. So we ask that you really consider that. If you would like additional information, I believe that that has been presented at some point in time and well documented, that we do mitigate the runoff that comes from Ferguson Township onto our property. So we are just requesting at this time that we get 100% credit.
Thank you.
Have Caitlin PS Track. I don't have your name here in the attendee list. So perhaps if you could put your name in the Zoom. And please, once again, folks, as attendees, please do not use the chat feature to provide comment. I need to use that chat in order to kind of get clarification on attendees that are signed up to speak on the public record. And, you know, I got to kind of balance a couple of different screens here. But Ms. Peacetrack, if you can either put your name in the chat as it matches on the Zoom webinar, then I can acknowledge you. Otherwise, I will. Oh, okay. All right. I just got another note from her, so we're okay. I will move along to Mr. Todd Giddings, who Mr. Giddings was on our Stormwater Advisory Committee, and I will allow him to talk. Todd, you should be good, but you may need to unmute. Oh, are you on the phone, Todd? No. Oh, there we go. Todd, you can talk.
I'm Todd Giddings. I'm a member of the Stormwater Advisory Committee, and I've lived in Ferguson Township more than 40 years. The principle of the ordinance is to equitably and proportionally assess property owners in the township for stormwater runoff. The credit program that I have seen and the draft ordinance is not proportional and is not equitable. In fact, Section 8 of the ordinance does not allow the appeal of a credit application that was denied. And the Stormwater Advisory Committee did not have the opportunity at our meetings to develop the credit program fully. And so the generic draft credit program is not appropriate for Ferguson Township's karst hydrogeology and its high infiltration capacity soils. So it is my conclusion that the ordinance needs important rewriting, and the credit program needs to be developed. For example, if you were to recharge your groundwater, your stormwater into the groundwater, you could only achieve a 20% credit. And so there needs to be more work done to fine tune the ordinance before it's considered by the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Giddings. Next up, and I apologize, I'm going to do my best with names here, but I have Alexandru Degeratu. I'm going to allow to speak here. Oh. Moved on. Let me try
That's
this
wrong,
again.
Alex.
Yep, got the wrong Alex. That was Alex Sahakian. Okay, here we go. There we go. You should be on to speak if you unmute.
Okay, you should hear me now, right?
Yes, we can.
Okay, yeah, good evening, everybody. Actually, I have probably signed up too quickly, so to speak. In preparation for the meeting, I went through the documents that the township had posted. And one letter from Tom Songer came to my attention. It was posted on the web. I think, unfortunately, was not posted exactly it should have been. And my first question, and the only question, if the answer is the one that I expect, if Tom Songer is signed up to speak, then the only thing I would do is to second whatever comments he has, if he wants to reiterate the points in the letter, because I read it and I agreed with all the points.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so next we have Mr. Ed Guineau. I will promote or enable him to speak. Oh, you know, I think, okay. Nicole, I believe, Nicole Stocks. Here we go. All right, that should be good.
Okay, I'm going to come at this from a slightly different angle that most people have so far. I'm sitting here with a group of friends that are farmers and business people and residents of the township. And it seems to me and many others in my community that this tax is not really needed. You already have the highest income tax and the highest real estate transfer tax in our area. And as I note the extravagant spending for new equipment, buildings, etc., in your complex, it just seems to us that this tax is an effort to grow government in our local area. This is especially offensive at a time when families and businesses are struggling over the shutdown, where many businesses have actually closed, reduced hours, and people are either working less hours or unemployed altogether. We really view this as a money grab in order to grow the government and does not serve the best interest of the residents. Thank you.
Thank you.
So Lisa, who I believe is Lisa Rittenhouse, I'll allow Ms. Rittenhouse to speak. Or perhaps there's actually two Lisas here. I'll allow you both to talk, and whoever signed up can go ahead. Just have to unmute.
Hi, this is Lisa Rittenhouse. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
So I live in Fox Point. I've been here almost 20 years. And there was a email from our association that they want to give up one of the parks in the development, Hunter's Chase. And with that, they also want to levy a fee for us one time, $176 per homeowner here. So that's Hunter Chase, and that's also Fox Point. That's probably 200 homeowners. So with that being levied on us and the homeowners association that we also pay, now it's a stormwater fee that's going to hit our developments. I think we need to set this fee aside.
Thank you.
Next, Lisa is Mr. James Steamer. Steamer, you should be allowed to speak.
Hello. I've been living in the Park Hills area for 22 years. And I just had a couple of questions. Would this fee, if it is implemented, be for the individual taxpayer based on the square footage of impenetrable area by rain, such as driveways, cement, that sort of thing? And could the fee simply be added, if the fee is implemented, could it simply be added to the annual property tax bill that we get around February, March? And then, of course, I think the bottom line is we all want to know, is this going to be a $25 fee, a $50 fee, a $200 fee, or how burdensome, if it's implemented, will it be? If we could get just a rough idea for the average homeowner. And again, I don't think it's going to be very popular among most of us, since Ferguson Township does already have the highest tax rates in the area. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just note, we do have a spreadsheet that's available on the website under the main page that you can use to access and identify, based on your specific address under the current proposal, what that fee would look like. So as soon as you go to our main website, twp.ferguson.pa.us, you can access that spreadsheet. It's right on the main page. Click on that link, and then you can search by your address, and you should be able to determine what the proposed fee, how it would impact your particular property. Next is, let's see here, Patti Higgins, okay. Ms. Higgins, you should be able to speak if you just unmute your microphone.
Okay, thank you. I'm here to speak against the implementation of the stormwater fee. Essentially what it is a tax on the rain that falls on our properties. It sounds ridiculous because it is ridiculous. The township's inability to use its general funds in a fiscally responsible manner doesn't constitute creation of another fee. There is no need for this fee, only one you created based on the amount of money you'd like to extort from us, the residents. And examples that are hitting farmers in my area range anywhere from $2,700 over to over $7,000 a year, in addition to their taxes and operating expenses. I find this to be disgraceful. It's also hitting nonprofit veterans clubs, 2 of which are in the township, at $1,890 a year. Again, in addition to taxes and operating expenses. It's also going to be against our small churches that have very low membership. I ask that you table this and learn to manage the money you currently receive properly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your next is John Simbeck. Mr. Simbeck, you should, floor is yours. Mr. Simbeck, if you could just take yourself off mute. There you go. You're good.
Hey, hi there.
Oh, got you on the conference line.
Via telephone, I couldn't do the thing there. I did put in a comment about the fact that our Ferguson Township taxes are $177 a year for the real estate tax. Based on what I found on your website today, we'd be paying another $195 a year, which is about a 111% increase of what our tax would be. I find this to be unsettling, to say the least. We generate a lot of money in the township, and this adds another, 10 or 12% to our yearly budget. And I think a lot of consideration needs to be taken before we decide to make something this large occur. And is it really the right way to go? When I looked at some of the properties like Tudick Park and stuff, they're going to be massively impacted by this. I find something that was donated to the township now to be feed this way is most troubling. I've lived in the township since the 1980s, and I just really, guys, are we doing the right thing here? I'd really like to know that there's real justification for this. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, so next we have Justin. So just the first name on the, I don't see a Justin signed up or in the Zoom. So Justin, if you're there, if you could punch your name into the chat box as it appears in your Zoom, I will acknowledge you and get you here on the list. Till then, Larry Harpster. Mr. Harpster, I will bring you in to speak. Okay, Larry, you should be good. If you unmute. Larry, if you're able to unmute your microphone. Okay. me come back to you, Larry. I'm gonna leave you in here as enable you to speak, and in the meantime, I will proceed on to Dawnyelle Holsinger. Dawnyelle is using, okay, Dawnyelle, I'm gonna need to make you a panelist so that you can speak. You should be good. Go ahead.
I would have rather not have video, but that's all right. I'll make it work. Hi, I'm Dawnyelle. My name is Dawnyelle Holsinger, and I serve as the 2020 president for the Center County Association of Realtors. As an advocate for homeowners in Center County and with our business office residing in Ferguson Township, the Center County Association of Realtors is committed to protecting current and future home and business owners. Ferguson Township is currently contemplating the passage of a new stormwater fee. Passing a new fee during COVID-19, our association is concerned about passing a new fee during COVID pandemic when many are struggling to pay the bills. Data indicates that many are suffering with job losses, increased costs, and frozen wages. Passing a new fee is not appropriate during these times. Housing affordability. With the passage of this new fee, housing affordability will become an increasingly difficult goal too. This will impact current and future Ferguson Township residents. If a similar house in a neighboring municipality is for sale, potential buyers may look elsewhere to purchase a home. By doing so, sellers in the township may be at risk of a less competitive property to sell. This one would definitely impact the local market. Public input. Not only are the proposed fee increases wrong for township residents in late 2020, but residents also need an opportunity to share their input outside of virtual meeting sessions. It is part of our democracy for residents and stakeholders to be heard. Virtual meetings simply do not provide everyone an opportunity to accurately highlight their concerns. New fee increases must be done when meetings are held in person. We request that Ferguson Township officials consider postponement of stormwater fee discussions until a time where residents aren't struggling during the COVID-19 pandemic. We would also welcome an opportunity to speak separately with township officials about our concerns regarding passing this fee at this time. And thank you for your consideration and input.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dawnyelle. I had to promote you to panelist. If you could sort of jump off and then jump back on as an attendee, that should be good. Or you could just stay there, that's fine too. So Mr. Harpster, were you able to unmute? Trying to ask you again here. Maybe I'll try, or Dawn if.
Dave, can you unmute him or you don't have the control?
I can't unmute. No, I can only ask to unmute, but that's okay here. I had somebody just join on the conference bridge. Maybe it's oh.
Hi.
Give me 1 second here. I'll bring you in just a moment here. Go ahead, Ms. Harpster.
Hi. I'm just concerned about the stormwater assessment fee. I'm an owner of farmland in Ferguson Township that would certainly be affected by the stormwater fee. I also have a separate property that would be affected in addition to that. As a resident of this township for over 60 years, I've seen that the struggles that our agribusiness community has persevered, and this additional fee would be a definite hardship for most people in this farming community. The amount of money that is budgeted by that fee is way out of proportion to what is actually required for the repair of those projects to be completed. In addition, the means by which the funds are to be raised is very inequitable. I feel that voting on this proposal at this time would definitely be a huge mistake. Input from the community needs to occur, voices need to be heard, and alternative avenues to raise these funds need to be explored before any decisions are made. We've all had to do more with less, and the township should be no exception. Thank you.
Thank you.
I believe we got Mr. Harpster coming our way via the Keough residence.
Are we on?
You are.
Thank
Gotcha.
you. My name is Larry Harpster. I'm a beef and grain producer in Western Ferguson Township. I've been a lifelong resident of the township. Ferguson Township Ag Committee met on September 21st, 2020 for the purpose of discussing and reacting to the proposed Ferguson Township stormwater fee proposal. There were 23 different owners present. Todd Irvin, the Stormwater Committee farmer representative, provided Stormwater Committee information throughout the discussion. This time, we would like to present our thoughts, that is the Farmers Committee, regarding this proposed solution to the stormwater issues facing the township. Number one, the ag community contributes very little, probably less than 1% of the level of service necessary in the township to manage stormwater. By design and through management, the ag community keeps the water it gets from the sky on the farm property as part of its crop and animal farm management system. We don't send surface water to other surfaces. The ag community is already regulated by state, federal, and federal government through registered conservation plans, nutrient management, and erosion control measures. 3 years ago, the ag community of Ferguson Township was applauded for its stewardship and contributions to the infiltration system that provides a significant amount of drinking water for the entire center region. There was no effort made to reimburse the ag community for this critical service. Now this proposal is being put forward as signs of fee to the same ag community for the contributions to the stormwater management system that it does not contribute little, if any, stormwater to. Many of us, with and without NRCS cost sharing, have constructed concrete feeding areas, manure storage areas to protect this groundwater. And now we're going to be taxed even more for our good intentions and efforts. Number five, a significant contributor of stormwater in rural Ferguson Township is in fact the Ferguson Township road system. Currently, stormwater runoff from the roads in our rural areas almost exclusively flows onto agricultural ground where it has to be managed by the farmers. Your concept of fairness seems to be that everybody pays. However, there's a huge difference between the ag community's contribution to this problem and the contribution attributed to the primary growth area. We do not agree that currently suggested solution to the stormwater problem is at all fair. The suggested credit program has not been well thought through in a public venue. Further, the cost to manage such a program presents a serious financial issues to the township. In addition, collection, maintenance of this data will become part of a public record that anyone, any citizen, any entity can access. We do not support this kind of intrusion onto our personal information beyond what already exists. Because of COVID restrictions, the farm community has been limited to its ability to meet and discuss the merits or lack thereof of this proposed program. Meeting virtually is not the way we do business. A show of hands at our Sunday meeting revealed that only 7 people were able to or comfortable in communicating through Zoom. In addition, the home competition for computer time has most of the children getting priority for school and work-related activities. Our recommendations. We believe the township should continue to extend the needed funds from the current tax and TIF dollars and look to alternatives other than the one proposed. Further, the Ag Committee recommends that the current plan be dropped and no more funds expended on a further study to the proposed plan. With no further expenditure of funds to the consultants, we recommend that the township form a local study group to develop possible alternative ways to address the stormwater challenges of the future for Ferguson Township. The agricultural community of Ferguson Township thanks you for listening to our comments. And again, thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see. Where am I at here? Mr. John Corneal. Mr. Corneal, I don't see your name appearing here. I have a John K, but you've got your name spelled with a C. If you could type your name as it appears in your Zoom into the chat, I can make sure to acknowledge you and give you permissions to speak. Until then, I will move on to the next. Denise Wood. Ms. Wood, you should be live and ready to go.
There you go.
Hello, I'm not prepared for this at this point, but all I'm going to do is defer to anything that Tom Songer or John Corneal has to say on this subject.
Thank you.
It's a good segue. We are on to Mr. Songer. There you go. Tom, you're on. Just need you to unmute, Tom, and you should be okay to talk.
Okay.
You're good.
Okay, I support the staff in looking to the future and determining what the capital needs will be with respect to maintaining and replacing deteriorated storm sewers, as well as issues relating to the MS4 permits. Having a good plan for future capital expenditures, in my opinion, is a wise thing to do. All the costs relating to the maintenance and replacement of storm sewers, MS4 permits, and other things relating to road maintenance, in my opinion, can be paid for from the current Transportation Improvement Fund, TIF, which is the way Ferguson Township has been doing business for many years in this regard. If the township needs more money in terms of doing the needed improvements and can't fund the improvements within the current TIF budget, then I think the township needs to look at making a case for raising taxes. It's my understanding that the township doesn't have any debt other than what their new maintenance building is costing. I had recommended in my presentation that the township should consider creating a financial advisory committee that could serve to review budgets and make recommendations on things that should be looked at in order to save money, especially on capital projects. Members of this committee could be residents, accountants, civil engineers, and contractors who live in the township. It's important to have people from the professional disciplines I just mentioned who have experience in developing budgets and designing and administering public works projects who could give professional advice to the township staff. I just wanted to point out that the Stormwater Advisory Committee, on which I served for more than 2 years, never voted on the issue of the stormwater ordinance, nor was that ordinance ever presented to the committee. So going forward, I think, considering the crisis that we're currently in with regard to the COVID, I would suggest to the board that this issue not be voted on, or at least tabled until the crisis is passed and we can all meet together as we normally did in a public setting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. I am going to re-acknowledge Ms. Wood. I believe that Mr. Corneal is there with her. We got you, John. Ms. Wood, if you could unmute, John should be able to speak. Yeah, I'll leave you up here and then move on, and then we'll come back to you. We have Mr. George Lauk.
Actually, we found it.
I'm sorry, I hear you. You're good. You're on.
And you're
All right.
saying me, but not John.
Well, that
Yes.
doesn't look like me. Cornel, I'm a business person in Ferguson Township and a resident in the area for over 35 years. And I think it's important for Ferguson Township to support the businesses and the community of Ferguson Township. And with already the highest taxes and then adding this additional fee, that we're jeopardizing our community. Also, although this is listed as a stormwater management fee, when I look at the proposal, it seems that the fee has little to do with stormwater management, except it's used as a taxing platform. As a member of the MS4 group, Ferguson, along with the others, has noted there is little need for monies for stormwater management in the area. So it looks like we're going to use these fees for general purposes, whether it be capital improvements or whatever, and I see that as wrong. If this does move forward, I would recommend that the funds should be designated directly for stormwater management only and not be allowed to be used for any other purpose in the township. I think that would change the outlook of how this thing's going. Thanks very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cornel. And just to note that we would absolutely earmark any funds that were generated in response to a stormwater, as a result of a stormwater fee, in its own separate fund that would be purely designated for the purpose of stormwater management. It would be subject to audit. It would become part of the township's annual operating budget with full transparency and be able to be reviewed. It would free up other capital for other purposes. However, the revenue collected as a result of the fee implementation would be specifically earmarked for stormwater management. I will acknowledge, I believe, Mr. Lauk. Mr. Lauk, you should be able to speak.
Hello. Hi, as a lifelong resident of Ferguson Township, I've seen the area grow, the township become more prosperous, but I wonder as to the justification of this this new tax, because they have already taxed us almost to the end of our ability. And with this current COVID pandemic, perhaps we ought to back off on this and wait and see where we are going. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Lauk. Next we have Mr. Rick Tetzlaff. I will open up. Mr. Tetzlaff, you can now speak.
There, I hope I'm unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yep, we hear you loud and clear.
Okay, thank you. I'm Rick Tetzlaff. I'm a 27-year resident of Ferguson Township. I'm speaking tonight as a member of the board for the Homeowners Association at Erin Village. Also, I am a past president of the Township Tax Review Board, which I retired from some while back. I really am against this fee. I think there needs to be more time put into it and more fleshing out, if you will. I'd like to know exactly how the credits will be done, because again, I think Erin Village, because of actions taken by the board, previous boards, were required to put in a stormwater basin on our property, and it was placed along the township, along our property line next to Tudick Park. This basin could have been put into township property, but instead we were required to fund it at over 6 figures, draining our reserves, putting additional burdens on our residents. Then the township redid West Aaron Drive and put a culvert through underneath so we collect more storm water from across the road. So I really feel that at least our property and our residents have been very civic minded in mitigating not only our storm water, but basically all the storm water on West Aaron Drive from Martin Street all the way to its end. So I am against it. I want to state, I think that you should postpone the vote on the 19th until you have everything fleshed out, to even the costs of what it'll be to bring in and contract people to do what needs to be done and you want to do as far as scoping out the storm sewers, et cetera, until we really know exactly how much this is all going to be. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I will bring in Mr. Thomas Price. Tom, I'm not seeing you on the sign-in list here. Can you, if you can type in your name that you have your Zoom account associated with in the chat box, I'll make sure that I can acknowledge you and open it up to speak. Otherwise, I will move on to Kay Ann Probst. Oh, I think I've got Thomas here, actually. Thomas, is that you?
Hey, Dave, you got me?
I do, yes, loud and clear.
All right. Hey, man. Hey, first of all, thanks for putting all this together. It looks like you're working your butt off for this thing. Anyways, I've got a couple points that I'd like to point out. First of all, we live out here in Ramblewood, which is a rural part of Ferguson Township. Couple points that I'd like to make. First of all, being out here in the country, we live on a private road. Our water flow feeds Beaver Branch, and we have no stormwater needs out here. You guys don't do anything out here. We're on a private road. And, you know, our water flows straight into Beaver Branch, and it feeds, you know, God gives and God takes back. So for a township to tax that just seems unreasonable. Second of all, given the current state of the country with the pandemic, this absolutely is not the time to do this. When it's reported through the media that 60% of businesses that have closed during this thing will not reopen due to current state rules and, you know, federal issues that are going on. They're not getting the money that they need to stay open. People are waiting for more financial assistance from county, state, and federal government officials, and it's just not there. There is a hardship that goes beyond anything that any of us in our generations currently have experienced. Absolutely unacceptable that this would even be considered at this time. Next, if the township has been fiscally, financially responsible, as it says, why cause more hardship on your residents when you've actually taken services away over the last couple of years? An example would be, you guys used to pick up the grass clippings out here, and you don't do that anymore, saying it was damaging your trucks and stuff like that. And then the recent repavings that have been done out here in the Ramblewood area, it's some of the worst that I've seen in the county. I mean, it's not even smooth. It's really rough. I'm not sure who you guys got to do that, but it's absolutely just horrible. I've seen better work done in other places in the county. And, you know, first of all, if you would table this, which is highly advised, I believe that you would have a standing room only in a meeting when we can get back to actual public meetings that would be against imposing this hardship on the residents. And then, you know, lastly, I'd like to point out that as a real estate broker in the area here, I'm very aware that Ferguson Township has the second highest real estate transfer tax, second only to State College Borough. Why does the township need to take more money from its residents? It just doesn't make sense. when everything that we've been getting from the township says that no, we're financially responsible and that we have money to cover everything. You know, that letter that came out, I sent to everybody there at the board the other day, including you, Dave. It just doesn't make sense. You know, the maintenance building, it says that it was proposed at $4 million. Now, I don't have the proof on that. I did not attend to that meeting and everything, but it says that it's now at $8 million. It's double what it said it was. I think maybe a relook at the budgeting, if there's an issue, needs to take place. Again, I may be misspeaking on some things that was posted in that letter, but it just doesn't make sense. And I think more transparency absolutely needs to happen with this. But the biggest thing that I have with this is not the time. I mean, people are looking for leadership. They're looking for help. They're looking for hope. And this is a national situation. We definitely don't need to be doing anything locally that's going to discourage people more and cause more hardship. And that's pretty much all I had to say about this. So thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you.
Thank you. I will move on to Robert Lavarchik. I don't see your name here appearing in the chat. If you can, again, just type your name into the chat box the way it appears on your Zoom account, I can make sure to acknowledge you and get you the ability to speak. I will. Oh, okay, got it. Oh, Bob, you're on the phone. You got somebody on the conference line. Bob. Oh, nope. Here you are. Gotcha. Okay, you should be able to speak now. You're good. It shows you're unmuted, so you should be able to speak. Yeah, but I'll leave you. I'll leave you on here. I'll go to Mr. Philip Frum. Then we'll come back to you, Bob. Mr. Frum, you should be able to speak now.
Hi, this is actually Christine Eliezer. I'm here with my family. I agree with most of the other points made, especially during a pandemic. To increase the fees is absurd. And I also agree with the fact that for my personal house, it would be almost an additional 100% tax, which is just an outrageous amount. And then as far as equitable, I looked at my own personal fee for the house versus my neighbors. And because you're rounding to the nearest 1,000 IA, though my property had, I guess, 23 square feet more than my neighbor, my tax was more than 47%, or my fee was 47% higher than theirs because of rounding and being midway through 1,000 number. So I don't think your fee assessment is equitable if you do have to do it. And I also think that the amount of the fee compared to the existing tax being almost 100% for an individual homeowner in the Stonebridge community is outrageous. So I agree with almost everything else that everybody said, but I also want to say that the way that you're taxing it is inequitable. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bob, I'll come back to you if you're able to try to talk again. We'll see if we can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay.
Gotcha.
All right. Basically, I'm just kind of in agreement with what everybody's saying. I attended one of the first meetings that you guys had in the township, and there was only a handful of residents there, and I believe pretty much everybody there was opposed to it. Right now, where I live, I'm just right down from you guys, small development. Zero water from my property is managed by Ferguson Township. And I believe there's probably a lot of residents in this township that have the same exact aspect. where no water from my property is handled by Ferguson Township. I don't understand why we should have to pay a fee for these developments that are dumping water onto the road that are requiring the stormwater maintenance. I did an email a while ago and stuff about comments maybe a month or so ago on this here. And basically, I mean, this could be an issue by past or present supervisors who wrote all the plans, all the development plans that did not correctly manage the stormwater back in the day. And that was requiring the stormwater basins for their water to be managed on their property, like I believe a lot of properties are currently today, would have the big absorption ponds and everything like that. So I'm just saying I'm totally opposed to it. As an example, I have multiple properties in the township. My one property is out in the middle of nowhere. I don't know how they came up with a square foot unit. It's about 1,200 square feet of roof. It has a gravel driveway, which is not an impervious surface. And they have me down as 9,000 square feet of impervious surface on a 1,200 square foot roof with a gravel driveway that's out in the mountains that you guys do nothing with. And you're going to charge me $76 the first year, $153 plus from there on out. And that property has no benefit, no cost to the township whatsoever of any stormwater management. It runs on the ground, it's absorbed by the ground, it goes back in the ground. The same with my house and a lot of townships. So I'm just saying the township really needs to reconsider why they're charging people for something and I get no services from it. So that's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we are down to the last two. We have Jean Foudreau. I will bring her on here. Hey, you should be good.
My name is Jeannie Foudreau, and in the interest of time, and in addition to the email that I did send to the board earlier, I simply agree with the points in Tom Songer's letter. I think it's really well written, and also agree with his comments this evening. And one thing that occurred to me in listening to all of this, I'm curious why the stormwater issue isn't addressed regionally by consortium. I know we've got that Spring Creek, the watershed, and townships pulled together in different counties. And I didn't see anything like that in Wood's PDFs and proposal PowerPoints. So I was just kind of curious if that is an option to help us address our issue. But that aside, just reiterate what's in Tom's letter. I think it's really well written. Thank you.
Thank you.
I believe we have Mr. Ron Strauss. I'll bring you in, Ron, and should be good.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, but you're fairly distant. I don't know if you could turn your microphone up or get a little closer.
Okay, I'm representing the Pine Hall Cemetery Association. The Pine Hall Cemetery Association is a nonprofit corporation serving Center Region for over 128 years. Based on your fee spreadsheet, the fee to the Pine Hall Cemetery Association would be over $1,900 a second year. This will create additional financial hardship to the association. I'm asking that that we be exempt from this fee since we're exempt from all other taxes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ron, I've got. And one additional request from Ms. Deibler, and I am going to bring her in to speak. And all right, you should be on.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. I just wanted to mention I am a wife of a farmer in the township. I am a daughter-in-law of a farmer in the township, and I just wanted to mention that we agree with the statement that Larry Harpster had mentioned and many others. We completely oppose the stormwater fee. We personally would see an equivalent of 100% increase in our yearly costs We think it's shameful that the board wants to bring this proposal to a vote later this month during a worldwide health pandemic. Have an in-person meeting and we guarantee it will be standing room only. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then lastly, I've got a Justin here I'm gonna bring in.
Under June Coker. Hello?
Yes, you're good. We can hear you.
My name's Justin Carter. Sitting here with my family members right now. We're out here at the west end of Whitehall, have a dairy farm out here. We farm about approximately 800 acres of prime farm ground out here. We devoted our lives to caring for the dairy farmers. We are dairy farmers who strive to feed people and supply them with nutritious dairy products. Lately, the price of the milk the price we have been receiving for our milk has been low due to COVID and some other factors. We cannot afford this tax or so-called fees. It's just not possible. I've sat down and figured out everything. We were going to be paying $8,560 a year on top of tens of thousands of dollars in taxes we already pay. And I just don't see how this is feasible. We started no-till practices years ago to prevent soil runoff and erosion control. And now we are getting a fee for stuff we've been preventing years ago. So, my other question was, we have a slurry store and the top of it is open and it's 81 feet around in diameter. So are we getting a fee on that because the top of it's open and all the rainwater that comes out of the sky goes into the slurry store? It does not run off the ground at all. It goes into the slurry store and then we ended up spreading out on the fields later. Those are my only questions and thoughts. What Larry Harpster said, we stand behind him 100%. And I hope this stormwater fee disappears. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yay, buddy. It's okay. Consultation. Yeah, he's beaten.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, that brings us to the end of the list. Turn it back to you.
Sorry about that. I wanted to thank everyone for your comments. I also wanted to note that we have received quite a number of emails. Although we haven't responded to all of them, I can assure you we do read all of them and consider them as we go forward. So I appreciate the input. We'll proceed now with the board discussion. I don't think there were any specific questions that we needed to address at this point. I know Dave did address a couple of them as they came up.
Yes, and I can note too, Mr. Chairman, that Nick Figaro has been kind of tracking some of the questions. We didn't receive many, we received more comments this evening than questions, but there were a handful. He's recorded those and we are going to, prepare some responses, then we can report back and make some of those responses available.
Great, thanks. So at this point, what I'd like to do is ask board members if you would like to make any comments or statements, address any of the things you've heard or read in the emails prior to starting a board discussion. This will be the time to do it if you choose to do so. So I'll ask if anyone wants to start. Just jump right in.
Well,
it's like Laura's ready.
I was going to say I'll say something, but I'd be happy for somebody else to go first if they prefer.
Lisa,
I can
do
go,
you?
that's fine.
Yeah.
Okay, Lisa.
Thanks, Steve. Steve, thanks also for giving us a chance just to kind of give our impressions and our thoughts right now. And again, like you said, thanks to everybody who has emailed and called and contacted us with your thoughts and concerns and suggestions. It's really been appreciated. So as I've stated before, I'm not in favor of imposing this fee. While I understand that our stormwater systems are vital infrastructure, I have a number of concerns about this particular funding scheme. First, the board has not tasked itself, nor did it task the Stormwater Advisory Committee with scrutinizing the budget with an aim to freeze, cut, or stretch spending in other township areas. Also, the assessment of the infrastructure will be done after the fee is imposed, meaning the full costs are unknown at this time. The ag community will be hard hit by this, despite having their own nutrient management and conservation plans and large recharge areas. There are no hardship exemptions. So our region and our township are already exceptionally expensive to live in. The nonprofit organizations that will be hit with this, including area churches. We have some very small congregations in Ferguson Township may already be dealing with a loss of donations. Penn State will be exempt from part of this fee already as they hold their own MS4 permit, and whatever they agree to pay, they know that will be used as a basis for what other municipalities attempt to charge them in the future. So they're doubly motivated to keep that number as small as possible and possibly challenge their duty to pay. And then the credit program, while bringing some relief to the burden of the fee, will create another administrative burden for the township and has the potential to reduce revenue by up to perhaps 40%, maybe more. And this loss has not been modeled in revenue or expenditure projections. All of that kind of pales in comparison to one of my biggest problems with this, and that's the timing. We're in the midst of a pandemic so serious that Penn State football has been thrown off course. And I think it'd be more appropriate to delay this conversation. This process has been going on for several years, and the terms of the current members of this board will still be continuing next year, so there would not be a need for re-education of board members on that front. Because I do recognize the importance of the stormwater management plan, I did want to think through what I thought would be a favorable and fair plan for now. One would be holding off on voting on this fee at this time. Moving forward with conducting the assessment of the stormwater infrastructure over the next several years using contracted services, prioritized by age of the area and ecology, as is in the schedule of programs provided by the study. This could be funded by holding off on the planned stormwater projects that are in the CIP over the next several years, excluding the Park Hills project, emergency repairs, and things like that. At the conclusion of the assessment, we could determine the costs of the repairs, the replacements needed, and then create a master plan for that and ongoing maintenance. At that point, also, any increased MS4 costs would also be known, or at least could be better projected. We could create a separate fund like the TIF fund as directed in the ordinance to allocate funds to pay for the projects and administration. And if new funds are needed at that time, then an increase in taxes could be looked at, or we could look at this fee because now we already have the blueprint. We have a plan for this that we would just need to pick up, refresh at that point. That would be my suggestion for an alternative to the fee at this time. But one other thing I wanted to bring forward, knowing where we're at in this process, would be to create a review committee to evaluate this ordinance once it's built out. So this group could have a very specific scope of work to critique the finalized ordinance and to review the projected costs, the program plan, and the credit policy manual that will go along with the ordinance. So I want to make a motion to bring that forward, but I want to wait until everybody's comments are completed, so to not disturb the flow.
Okay, yeah, at this point, I do just want to get comments from each board member that cares to make comments, so. Anyone else?
Well, I'll talk.
Yeah, Laura.
I guess just addressing a few things that were brought up in the public comment time, both here in this meeting and also via email. I'm open to accommodating in various ways, adapting to the pandemic. And I think in previous meetings, I've suggested that. We've done various things within this ordinance thus far, and I'd be willing to do more that accommodate for that. That said, this is the conclusion of a 3-year journey. So this isn't something that we would have embarked on, just started during this time period. There are many projects that we have put on hold that weren't started because of the pandemic. But this is not something that in any way in this seat, from my decision-making position, I feel negates anybody's input into this process. I've spent many hours on the phone in the past couple weeks, reading emails, responding to some, not yet to others, interacting in many ways to get people's input into this. And I feel that in terms of that, there's been no detriment whatsoever because of the pandemic. That said, the financial burden is real in the pandemic, and that's where I'm willing to try to adapt. We've already discussed the first year of implementation being half of the fee. I'd be open to adapting the timeline. But when we discussed this before, the idea of completely putting it on hold and then picking it up in a year or two, or we don't know how long, I think that really wastes the work that has been done to get us to this point. And it doesn't build on the momentum of what we've learned through this important process. So I'm not interested in just simply putting this entire thing on hold and not doing anything at all with it. Later, I'll also introduce an amendment to the ordinance that came about through residents' feedback. A farmer in the community provided me with some information. A Senate bill has been introduced to acknowledge the open space benefits of working farms and mitigate the negative effects of a stormwater fee on those farms. So later I'll introduce an amendment that really should help this ordinance be better proportionally representative in terms of its fee for the effects of stormwater. And we also received a fair amount of feedback on the analysis method, the square footage versus the ERU methodology. And I am more than willing to revisit that as well. I think that folks had a good point about that. This was something that we were exploring, and my decision was I thought that the square footage method was more fair, but if that is introducing difficulty into the system, I think the ERU system would also be a fine and valid system. So I would be willing to explore that based on folks' feedback and some of the previous opinions of the board. And I would be supportive of an idea of getting more feedback once we solidify what we want this ordinance to definitely look like, which we still have not yet done as a board. I guess those are my opening remarks. Thanks.
Thank you. I am going to make a request before we proceed. I would request that people not carry on side discussions in the chat. This is a public meeting. The side discussions in the chat are sort of the equivalent of people shouting out from the room, and I don't think this is appropriate. So I'd ask that people not use the chat at this point to carry on conversations outside this discussion. And with that request, I would say, Prasenjit, you had your hand raised?
Yeah, so I would like to make a few points in my thinking on this. I realize that this is a very hard time for everyone in our community, especially for businesses who have had losses of revenue. Some folks, especially in the lower wage bracket, have lost their jobs. And at this point, I have serious concerns about putting this additional burden on the community. And so, as I have said in my previous comments before, that in principle, I like the idea of a stormwater fee. And I like the idea of whoever is causing us to expend the money to carry that water out and purify that water, because we have to meet the MS4 regulations. I would like the polluters to pay. Having said that, at this point, I do not think that I would want to expose my neighbors to that burden. My preference would also be to make this a revenue neutral fee, so that we do not have the charges that, oh, we are doing this to increase the size of local government. I understand that this is going to add some serious expenses, and I believe that I would, at least first want to go through the budget and see where we can make space to support this this fee instead of adding it fully as a fee. In this current form, I would possibly, if there is a vote today, my vote would be a no. However, I would like to look into the possibility of modifications, especially because a lot of things are quite unclear to me, and that has been raised by comments that have come in the email, some of the comments that were made in this meeting. I'll say a few of them. Essentially, what I would like to know is what are the expenses in that the township incurs in the rural areas versus what the township incurs in the growth areas. And I have heard our farmers and other folks say that, hey, we don't create this problem. Why are we being taxed? Or why are we being asked to pay to fix the problem? So I would like to find that out, and if we can get to some better answers as to what really is going on, how much of the water is coming out. And I understand that we have MS4 obligations, not only stormwater infrastructure obligations. I understand that fixing the infrastructure now will save us money in the future so that we don't have to go in and repair something which is even more broken, or God forbid, if the roads collapse and so on. So I'm always for proactive maintenance as long as I can, find some basis for doing that, wherein someone has done cost benefit analysis over a period of time, and I can see that. But I would also like this to be as fair as possible, because a lot of the comments that I've heard is about fairness. So is it the case that the farming community is not really generating any runoff and we're asking them to pay this much? Then perhaps we should look at a different rate and a different number for the rural area, which is commensurate to the amount of pollution and the amount of stormwater infrastructure that needs to be spent there versus the other one. And I would like to see some calculations on that. And then I hear people saying, well, I have this, I did these mitigation things, or in case of the Pine Hall Cemetery, that no water runs off from my property, and so on. And if those things are, and Penn State, and if those things are correct, I would want them to get a full or as much exemption as is fair, in the sense that if someone is not generating any stormwater, then they should not have to pay to clean it up. So those are the positions that I'm coming from. And with respect to the ERU versus square footage method argument, we have had a lot of comments. And interestingly, I looked it up. It seems a lot of the comments are coming from people who have big paved areas. So it is in their best interest to tell us that, square footage is costing us so much money. The problem with going to ERU is that, if we indeed go into ERU, then what we are saying is the people who have the smaller paved areas are essentially going to subsidize for the stormwater that is generated by people who have bigger square footage areas. Now, if 1,000 square foot is creating this huge discrepancy because of the quantum, we can break it down to 500 square feet or whatever it is and come to a more fair and equitable method. That having said, I did actually go into the literature and looked at a few papers that I have sent to the board and to one member and a community that had asked about this. And there are pros and cons to each method. I'm still not decided on that. I'm glad that this is going to be continued, so that will give me 2 more weeks to study and look at actually the evidence. I am not an expert, so if we are not going to do this right now, I would strongly suggest going along the lines as what Supervisor Strickland mentioned, which is to have some independent committee which would be charged to look at some of these and do the analysis and come up with the answers to design sort of as fair a system as possible. And last but not the least, I would, during my campaign and now, I have talked to several people, elderly folks in the community who are fixed income retired folks. They do not have the extra money to pay for these things, or, essentially, if we mandate it and it becomes a choice of moving out versus paying it, they perhaps will pay it, but it will create hardships in other areas of their lives that decreases the quality of their lives. And so and I looked at this, and in New York State, they have exemptions for retirees and so on. So, and other hardship exemptions. So if we are doing this fee, we should, I would like, if we do delay it, I would like this committee to not only design a system which has a very fair credit system, but also to look at some exemptions like for retirees and fixed income, people on fixed income, and move the burden slightly accordingly to others. So those are my thoughts on this. And this has been an interesting educational experience for me. So I'm willing to hear what others have to say, and then I'll decide.
Thank you, Sanjit. Patti, did you care to say anything at this point?
I really don't have much to add that hasn't already been said, other than it has been an exhaustive trying to learn everything I can about stormwater fee. And I have read the emails and I've heard people's concerns. And I think that I still contend that we all are hurting right now financially, asked to do more with less. And I believe that it's also irresponsible to throw away the work that's been done over the last 3 years and kick the can down the lane, so to speak. And I do agree that there can be tweaks that need to be made, but until we actually put one foot forward, I don't understand. And as for fixed incomes aren't going to get better whether the pandemic is over. If it's a fixed income, it's just that it's a fixed income. It's not like they're going to be getting more money coming in the next year or two. So whether it looks in terms of a tax increase or a fee, I get the impression that there's some misunderstanding about stormwater management and that it's all about water as opposed to the nutrients and things that go into our water system as well. It's incredibly complex and confusing, and I understand all that. And I'm perfectly willing to listen to more ideas of tweaking. I also agree we can tighten a budget, but I also realize that tightening a budget isn't creating revenue. And those are just my thoughts.
Thank you. I guess my thought, one thing I wanted to comment on is a lot of the emails that we've received, there's a lot of confusion about why would we do a fee instead of a tax. And basically I want to acknowledge when you get the bill, it really doesn't matter whether we call it a fee or a tax. It looks the same when the bill comes. But the difference is in how that bill is calculated. And I did want to just comment on what the difference is. We're calling it a fee because that's what the state legislation that enables us to do this fee calls it. And so whether you call it a fee or a tax is immaterial in terms of the bill, but the fee has a lot more flexibility. And if we were to use a property tax as a basis for increased revenue for the stormwater, we do not have any option to say, well, there's a more of a need in the developed area and less in the rural area, so we'll charge a higher tax in the urban area than in the rural area. That cannot be done under Pennsylvania state law. Credits are not allowed if you use a tax. They are allowed with a fee. So if a farm has a nutrient management program in place, they get a credit for that. With a property tax, that could not happen because we're very specifically defined what we can do with it and what we can't. That is the reason that I prefer a fee. I will say right now, we will never find a fee structure that everyone agrees is fair. It will not happen. We're looking at multiple things. One is stormwater runoff. That's been the big emphasis of the discussion. Yes, some places don't have any stormwater running off at all, but there's more to the stormwater management than just the runoff. There are infrastructures that serve the entire township. There are costs that have been put on us through the MS4 program that relate to nutrients that are coming from farm fields and lawns that are fertilized. Those are included in the targeted expenses that this fee would be related to. I do believe that there's is a revenue generation to this. That is true. We have increasing costs for stormwater management, and we will continue to. It can come from taxes or it can come from a stormwater fee, but ultimately, those costs are going to be there and they're going to be paid. And so my preference is that we go with the fee. Whether we have it pinned down exactly or not, the best way to do it, I don't know. I suspect we don't. It is also possible to modify once we have a fee in place, to make modifications if we find that there's, it should be handled differently. So I guess that's my basic comment, is just that in terms of when you get the bill, it really doesn't look any difference whether it's a fee or a tax, but it does affect what is in the bill. And so I just wanted to comment on that before we go forward with it. I think that's the only thing I had as a statement. There are plenty of other things to say when we get to discussion, but so that pretty much, I think everyone summed up their comments on it. So at this point, we'll move into discussion. I would ask, do we want to take a short break before starting the discussion, or is there a preference to just keep going to the end of this before we take a break? I'm open either way.
I could go either way, Steve. Thanks for asking.
I'm fine either way.
Okay, I don't see anybody saying I need to take a break, so we'll just continue. So at this point, normally we would start with a motion and then have discussion. Because we don't intend to take a vote tonight, I don't think it's appropriate to make the motion and then carry it over into a continued meeting. So I'm going to start opening it up to discussion from the board. It's also open to if somebody does want to, because we have a couple comments about proposing amendments to it. Amendments can be made tonight and incorporated before the next meeting. So if someone does want to propose an amendment, we can take a motion tonight and vote on it. Beyond that, it's open to discussion. If anyone wants to make a counterpoint to one of the other board members' points, this is the time. So I'll just open it up. And
Thanks, Steve. It's Laura. I guess I'll say one thing. It's still a little bit related to responding to citizens' input, but it does also relate to the amendment I'll make shortly. Back when we embarked on looking at the potential for a stormwater fee, the conversation was, like Steve indicated, about increasing revenue. And that does mean usually either a tax or a fee. One of the reasons why we, as Steve mentioned, looked at this fee is because it had the potential to be more fair. Through citizen input, we found that, it's unfairly targeting the agricultural community that does have fewer needs and impacts on stormwater typically. So I'm going to make a motion to amend our ordinance in relation to that. But before I do, I wanted to just briefly touch on something that was taught to me when I was first elected. When you're first elected, you really don't know all that much about municipal taxation. Go figure. You know what you owe, maybe know a little bit, but it was a real crash course for me, and I've learned a lot about it. Unique in Ferguson Township, something that was taught to me very, very early, is that one of the reasons why we have the taxation structure that we do is because we value our agricultural lands. And so if you were to look at the property tax for the State College Borough, you would see it's in the teens of mills. Ours is 2. Ours is very low because we value agricultural land. So when we were looking at the potential of increasing revenue, and we knew it would not be an increase in our already high, as acknowledged, income tax, the place you would look is property tax. And as Steve said, there's no flexibility when you assess a property tax. And in that case, it became very clear that the population that was contributing the least to the problem would be targeted the most. So with that, I am going to propose an amendment to our ordinance to bring it a little bit closer to its intent. So based on a bill introduced in the PA Senate, Bill 1026, I'd like to suggest an amendment that brings into consideration factors that effectively control stormwater runoff on farms, such as open space and best management practices. Therefore, I'd like to amend the ordinance to state that the township shall not assess on any working farm whose total area of impervious surface does not exceed 30% of the property's total land area, a fee that is greater than twice the median assessment fee imposed on all properties in the township. So to recap, what that does is it sets a cap on working farms on those properties that their fee that is assessed shall not be greater than 2 times the median assessed property in the township. So I'm putting that motion forward. What that should do is really just bring down those very high numbers that we're seeing in terms of assessment for agricultural properties. Thank you.
Okay. Have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second, Lisa.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. So we'll go to discussion of this amendment. Did you have any more to add, Laura, as far as?
I really don't. I wouldn't mind if we have any numbers that would relate to that. If we can add any, assign any numbers to that to give us a real concrete understanding of what it would do, that would be great. Other than that, I have no other discussion.
Okay, thank you.
I can respond to that if you'd like.
Great.
Thanks.
Please do.
So essentially what under the proposal that Ms. Donnini just introduced, it would equate to approximately 11% reduction in our total number of billing units. We would be under the current fee methodology of 1,000 square foot, be reduced by a total of 5,651 approximate billing units. At $17 per unit outside the regional growth boundary, that equates to approximately $96,000 in reduced revenue. The maximum agricultural land exposure would be capped at $102 per year. Unless, as Ms. Donnini indicated in her motion, they had more than 30% of impervious surface on their total farm, which I don't believe we have many examples of in the township, or any for that matter.
Yeah, I'm not sure that we actually have any examples of that. So just to reflect that back to you, the maximum exposure of any farm property was what?
In the first year of the program, $102 per year.
Significant difference from the 7,000 whatnot.
Yeah.
And you know, we have discussed that there is an impact. There's not no impact, but the primary impact is in the developed areas. And that's the benefit of considering a fee instead of a tax, is that we have the ability to be able to flex it in that way. So thanks.
So in order to make an informed decision on this one, I'll possibly ask a question to Ms. Treadway or somebody who has that. How much of our stormwater runoff comes from these rural areas and how much comes from our urban areas? Do we have any estimate on that when we designed this, these fees?
Sanjit, this is Dave.
Yep.
Yes, we do not have a quantitative breakout, and we did not attempt to analyze the total quantity of stormwater from agricultural areas versus urbanized areas.
See, that's what I find disappointing, in the sense that I'm now supposed to, rule on something where I have to decide whether we should lower things for agricultural areas, and I'm going to be flying blind. And I'm just disappointed. We have studied this for 3 years, and we don't have these basic numbers. And that's
Sanjit, the barometer for this has always been impervious area. We never did hydrologic analysis of watersheds for the purpose of establishing a user fee. The barometer has always been impervious area. I'm sorry, but we never were asked, and we didn't ever intend to do that type of a comprehensive analysis. I mean, we do very site-specific analysis percentage when, for site development and land development plans, but we do not have a township-wide comprehensive stormwater model that could break out urbanized area versus agricultural area. I'm sorry I interrupted you. I apologize for that.
No, it makes sense.
Basic principle of the scope that we were asked to look at. So again, I apologize for interrupting you.
No, I interrupted you, and so that's reasonably fair. I don't mind the interaction, but then it actually takes me back to an even more basic question. We have studied this for 3 years, and I've been trying to find the answers. There is some literature which I've seen, but in the literature, I like making decisions based on evidence. So from the evidence that we have, what is the evidence that we have about the best way to estimate the runoff? Does it depend upon the paved area? Does it depend upon the paved area per entire land? So what are, is there any studies that and I've seen a couple of them, but I want to find out from the experts who have been hired and the committee that looked at this for some time, what is the best method and why? So any answers on that?
Well, I can say that there are very detailed hydraulic models, and some that are used are TR55. There's a Virginia Tech Penn State model that's used. There's, Army Corps RAS analysis, but none of those were used or intended to be used as the basis for a stormwater fee. I believe, and maybe this is where Elizabeth can jump in, but the stormwater fees have been around a long time, and the general concept, of course, is that it is impervious area that generates your runoff, and your pervious areas absorb the runoff. So that's a very, very general statement. But then, like other utilities, some might be closer to the water source and pay a fee, and others might be 10 miles of pipe to get the water to their house and pay the same fee. So, there's some measure or barometer for the impact, but it's not, it's not a detailed analysis for every property. Elizabeth, can you expand on that or help answer the question?
I think you summarized it pretty thoroughly, Dave. When you look historically over the last almost 50 years of development of utilities for stormwater, the principal factor used over and over and over again is impervious area. It is not doing hydraulic calculations on runoff coefficients and determining what actual discharge and which way the water flows, and that is not the principle under which the allocation of costs has been built over the last 50 years.
So by the historical precedent, then we should not be doing any adjustment for our agricultural lands, is what I'm hearing. But that there is some logic to what I also hear is that if you have an impervious area and a lot of pervious area around it, then the real amount of runoff is less. And essentially we don't know. So I'm not interested in what other people have done historically. I'm interested in the science of what really creates that water and what is the best model to estimate that, and also the cost of that model, in the sense that we can't run hydraulic models everywhere. So what is the best approximation? Is it impervious area, let's say the percent of the impervious area over the pervious area? And that would give larger lands some respite and so on. Because otherwise we are essentially flying in the blind. We are either saying, oh, people have been doing this for so long, so let's do it. And this is not evidence-based, and that's where my problem is.
So there's certainly merit to the concept that, a small amount of impervious area on a parcel that has a large amount of pervious area lends itself to infiltration and groundwater recharge. What that ratio is it, 3 out of 10? I don't know. Somebody apparently in enacting the legislation that Ms. Danini mentioned, Bill 1026, had some basis for the 30% impervious coverage, but I can't put my finger on it. I would have to do more research, but yes, small impervious to large pervious certainly lends itself to infiltration and recharge.
And Prasenjit, I just would like to add that again, it's not going to be perfect. I really respect the desire to try to have a representative model, but I think that just looking at when I talk to residents, I say, if you agree with the presumption that we need to increase revenue, and that's an if you agree with that, and I'd like to talk a little bit about the budget and cutting and spending in a minute, but if you agree that we need to increase revenue, and if you agree that we have stormwater costs, for example, Park Hills Drainage Way, multiple millions of dollars, if you agree with those things, it's absolutely more scientifically based and fair to go with a stormwater fee over a property tax, because a property tax pays zero attention to impervious, nothing. So with the fee, and again, this is just comparing revenue streams. It's not saying we need a revenue stream. If you're comparing the revenue stream, a closer approximation to that scientific model is going to be the stormwater fee. And I think that that's why they've evolved to do things like have districts. So we essentially said in the beginning, we basically have 2 districts. We have inside the regional growth boundary district and outside the regional growth boundary district, because they're demonstrably different in terms of their level of impermeable coverage. So, it's not going to be perfect, but I think it's a better approximation than would be property tax to cover these stormwater costs.
Yeah, I'm not arguing for that, by the way. So I'm not arguing for property tax to cover this. My question is, why, if this is a good idea, then why just limit it to the agricultural lands? Why not use that ratio of paved area versus total area for other properties?
I would like to just jump in on here. I think one thing is, you're looking for a very precise scientific calculation. And I don't think we're going to see that. I mean, we're really painting with a broad brush, not going to be able to fine tune this. I think the proposal that Laura has made here applies to agricultural areas because of the arguments that we've heard that agriculture areas have a lot of impervious area, but they have a vast amount of impervious around it, and that they're handling the water in that.
Yeah.
I don't think that's necessarily the case in other types of properties within the township. I think that's why going with farms would make sense with it. I don't think, you know, obviously we can't measure all of the flows. We could do a hydrogeologic study, but I don't think that answers our real questions, which is, you know, we have these costs, we're trying to find the best way to apportion them, but we can't ever go to a perfect way to apportion them. I don't think we can ever get the precision to say this property generates this much stormwater and has this many feet of pipe that would not affect other properties. I mean, it's, I think we're looking for a broader thing, you know, and again, that's where the comparison to a property tax comes in. This is more precise in, or not more precise, but more targeted toward where our expenses would come from than a property tax. I don't think we're ever going to be able to get the absolute number for each piece of property in the township. And I don't think that the cost of trying to generate that kind of data would, both in time and money, would justify trying to achieve that precision. That's my thought on that. But
yeah, but I think that I think we are talking across each other. So those are, I think, straw men, because I'm not arguing for a property tax. I'm not arguing for a precise assignment. I am, right now, we are making some assumptions. We initially made the assumption, which was like, okay, impervious area matters. And now we are making the assumption that, okay, impervious area matters, but maybe the ratio between the impervious area and the pervious area matters. Which is it? And what does the evidence say? Yeah.
In what I'm proposing, like, I hear what you're saying and I see how you see it from that perspective. And indeed, that's the detail of why probably the Senate proposed this, something to that effect. I'm specifically making this proposal, though, because in our township, we value agriculture. We want to manage stormwater. If we assess a property tax, it's going to not value agriculture. If we assess a stormwater fee in the way we're currently doing it, it's going to not value agriculture. There's one way that we can, and it's to enact an amendment like this, because it is very true that you do not see that kind of paving out in the West End that you do see, I don't know, you call it the East End, closer to town. So yes, that's a basis, that's an assumption that's built into it, but I'm proposing it because I want something that if I vote yes on it, it's not going to bankrupt farmers, because it's absurd that we would institute a stormwater fee and have it primarily affect farmers in the township. That is a wrong effect, and we don't want to do that. So that's why I'm making this particular amendment motion.
So do we know how much is it going to affect the farmers, and do we know how much they're paying, and will it bankrupt them? Did we study that?
Yes.
So can we get the number? I would like to get that.
Yeah, it's been difficult because, you know, different individuals email different supervisors. I had forwarded some information to you guys. I didn't want to inundate you. I didn't know what all you had gotten. But yeah, you know, our farm families are really $7,000 in a year for an assessment for a farm, you know, that's a barn surrounded by cropland. That's not what it was intended for. And in this phenomena that we're dealing with, the West End, I'll call it, versus the city part, this is not new. This is why we have a ward system in Ferguson Township, because ward systems typically evolve to represent very diverse, different areas of a township or an entity. And you can see how in the West End versus closer to town, there's just very different character. There's very different needs. And so it's very consistent that we would have outside the regional growth boundary, inside the regional growth boundary, and then an accommodation for these properties that are not contributing in any way to the problem as a paved property would do. So.
Yeah, so my concern is basically that there is something that's happening here, and I'm trying to pin down what, is that we are just trying to charge based on a model which is just, does not have any connection to reality. So that's why it's not doing a good job, and it's charging these $7,000 things to our farmers. So it's either that, or we are asking the other property owners to basically subsidize the farmers because they are getting bankrupt.
No, not to subsidize the farmers, to pay their own costs.
Yeah, but how do we know what is the own cost? That's the numbers I want. What is the own cost for the farming areas, and what is the own cost for the residential areas?
We'll keep going around in circles because we're never going to get a perfect thing to fit exactly everything.
I'm not saying perfect, but even if it's an approximation, right now we are driving blind, and you can say that we are not subsidizing farmers, but I can say we are subsidizing farmers, and there is no way to find out what is the truth.
What percentage? I don't know what you mean by driving blind. Are we actually right now like questioning climate science? I mean,
no, we're not questioning climate science. I'm trying to figure out who is creating the problem and who is paying for it. And if you don't find
basically, creation of problem is by paving, and paying for it is by whatever fee scheme we would come up with, whether it's a property tax, income tax, transfer tax. If we had Bryce Jordan Center, we'd be having an entertainment tax or fee, So
if it is based on the paving, then we should just go by the paving. Whoever paves as much pays. Why are we trying to have all these different subsidies, essentially?
Well, Prasenjit, you could understand how if you had a property that had, I don't know, 2 square miles of paving and was edged by a road or somebody else's property versus 2 square miles of paving versus edged by their own property that's absorbing that stormwater. Those are two very different conditions.
Right.
So
and what that means is our measuring yardstick is broken. You're saying that
it doesn't. Let's use Swatara Township as an example because it's much more uniform. And it's kind of like what I'm trying to illustrate when I'm talking about how we have close to town and the West End. If you were to look at Swatara Township, which is where I'm from, outside of the Harrisburg area, you're not going to have the conversation about what about properties that have a lot of land around their paving because they don't exist. They're all paved. They're all houses or commercial. There's not any farmland. So when you have a situation like that, it's much easier, right? Everybody is much more equal. In this case, it's very different. We have very different systems. So we kind of have to try to acknowledge that in our regulatory scheme. And that's why really, this is all why I even thought in the beginning, let's not look right at the property tax route. At this point, it's a little frustrating for me, frankly, because we could have just raised property taxes and none of this conversation would have happened, but we'd have been left with a less fair system. So I feel a little bit like we were punished trying to evolve something that would be more fair. We've heard a lot of feedback, just do a property tax, just do a property tax. I really don't think that would be a good solution if indeed we have to raise revenue, or I wouldn't have embarked on looking at the stormwater fee at all. So.
Yeah, so my objection is philosophically towards this thing, which says the exact same property, the exact same map. If I have it in the West End, they pay lower. If the exact same thing happens in the East End, they pay higher.
No, it's not the exact same property. I'm saying it's the exact same amount of paving, But
Right, right.
as a
No, but-
percentage of the property, it's much smaller.
Yeah, but let's make that rule available to every property in the township. Let's come up with that measure saying that, well, maybe nobody in the East End will meet that, which is less than whatever 30% is paved or whatever we want to go. But let's make that rule and let's make it available to everyone. We are just saying that this is a class of citizens we are treating differently, and these people have to pay more and they will have to pay less.
Percentage, though, I think you can only do it on a large tract, because if you have a small tract,
right,
you're going to have a very small, objectively, numerically, very
Right.
small amount of infiltration.
And if that is true, then if we extend this to the whole township, it won't matter because nobody in the east side will be able to meet it. So let's extend it to the whole township.
Well, no, if we use 30% as a metric, everybody that meets that will be able to utilize it. But objectively, let's see, 30% of 200 acres, that's many acres. I don't know what it is. I'm not great with math. 30% of 0.75 acres is just a teeny little strip of grass.
Sure.
So you could see how a 30% 30% impervious large parcel could serve the function of absorption, where a 30% coverage small parcel would not.
But the paved area in the small parcel is also much smaller, and therefore whatever is generating the small land could potentially absorb. So it's that ratio that, so we are indeed creating a subsidy here for the West End by the rest of the township.
No, we're creating,
I think that you have to factor in density, Prasenjit.
Let's go to
I think
Patti.
you have to factor in density.
What is the density? Tell me about it.
I mean, if you say like 30% here in Overlook Heights, then, but that's right next to the next small lot, to the next small lot, and then the density is forcing the water. Whereas if you're talking about a huge farm next to another huge farm, you're getting much more infiltration there than you are here.
And that is based on what? I mean, that's what I want to find out, because the huge farm is generating that much more water and it's being absorbed by that much more land. So what is the density here? If we are saying that's the ratio, then all these small properties put together in the East End would have a significant amount of unpaved area if they are below that 30%, and that would absorb the water. So why are we having different laws for different parts and not trying to capture this with some clean method, which is partial? I don't like government picking winners and losers, and here we are trying to force it through a diktat, essentially. There is no scientific basis for this, and if there is, I would like.
I disagree. It's just like a noise ordinance. You can hear a noise really close to you, but not really far away. It's the nature of having space between the parcels.
Yeah, I would like to, with Prasenjit's point there, I think, it's not a numerical thing necessarily. I mean, I see your point of the ratio, but if you consider the nature of the properties as well, just on not a measured basis, but if you have 2 acres of impervious area on a farm, generally you have a very large topography. The water flows different ways. If you look at a residential lot with the same percentage coverage and a driveway that runs down to the street, you're not going to get the kind of reintroduction of the water into the grass that's around the driveway. So I don't think we're going to get a perfect measure of what's coming off each one, but the idea of looking at a farm as a large entity where, for one thing, they also have the nutrient management plans that are designed to keep the water in the ground, or keep water from flowing off. I think we're getting beyond, or well, we're not getting beyond the motion, but I think that we're getting into details that we can't resolve tonight, but we do have a motion on the table. So, Lisa, you had
To go back to a couple of earlier points that were made. So in doing my research too, one of the articles I came across was from 2019 from the University of Minnesota, which said there's actually a lack of literature on the effectiveness of different stormwater utility fee designs and equitable fee types and so on and so forth. So I think just because this idea has been around for a long time, it really didn't get popular until the 90s, and there's still not a lot of literature to fall back on. So from what I've seen, and if there is, it was really difficult to find because I searched. I think other members of the board have been looking for some of this data and just have not been able to find it. To Steve's point, and the others, when you're talking about density, that's the issue, is it hasn't been figured out what the impact is in the rural area versus the more dense area. That's what percentage is trying to say. We don't know that. You can imagine that, but we don't know that yet. So, to go to a different area, we had some communications and even one tonight actually about the cemeteries. So why they're offering a lot of recharge area. I looked up 3 different cemeteries that had vastly different fees being assessed. One wasn't even assessed. So I'm wondering, what would be the difference then? I'm not taken away from the motion because I agree with rewarding large recharge areas, but I'm questioning why we wouldn't look at doing a different tiered system or a different parameter for billing that looks at pervious versus impervious surface on a lot. There are different billing models other than ERU and square footage. And, I really tried to read through all of the Stormwater Advisory Committee meeting minutes, and I'm still not really clear on how they landed on these 2 for us to choose from, other than they're the most widely used. I go back to, I think that this type of fee structure seems like it'd be really fitting in an area where you have maybe a lot of commercial property or a lot of dense development, because then you're really looking for people to use credits and develop BMPs because there's no recharge area. We have a lot of recharge area. So the whole scheme really, I am just so, troubled by it, as I've said all throughout this process, because it just seems to be, it's not going to be fair here, no matter what we do, because I just don't think that this type of formula is really applicable in this type of area where we have such a large ag footprint and then a more dense area in another section. So, I think we need to maybe really go back to looking at reevaluating the billing unit. I would still support moving forward with this amendment because it's better than nothing. So, I'm not even really sure where to go. I think, and just to say too, I would also be supportive of looking at the ERU versus the square footage at this point, because that, we were trying to make it as equitable as possible, but I'm not sure that that's how it's working out. So I'm kind of at a loss. I think, we just, unfortunately, like Percentage said, we just don't have a lot of the information that would be useful in making some of these decisions.
I think early on, something that would be helpful for everybody to know is that early on, we did have a conversation about not including outside the regional growth boundary at all. We just were considering just doing within the regional growth boundary, which Lisa would be more representative of the uniformity that you're talking about. But because of the MS4 and the need for nutrient management dollars, an unfunded mandate that farms contribute to, we decided to include outside the regional growth boundary at a much lower rate. When it turned out that by applying this fee, it didn't turn out to be a much lower rate, we realized we have to do something about that. Right now we could decide, okay, our entire fee is just going to be inside the regional growth boundary. And we wouldn't have any more conversation about any of this. You know, it would be just all that uniform development area.
Well, I would still look at something like, you know, the cemeteries that I looked at, one was in Pine Grove Mills and Pine Hall, that's in the RGB, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what would be the difference?
Yeah, I don't know what we could do if we could do something. I'd love to hear an idea, but again, it's not going to be perfect. We are going to have some properties within the RGB that don't look as paved as other properties or that serve a recharge function. We will have that. And that will be unfortunate, but if there's a property tax, we'll have that too, unless of course they're a church and then they don't pay property tax. But then we lose other entities as well. So it's a choice there, you know, but it won't be perfect. It'll just be the best approximation if we want to raise revenue.
I mean, just to be clear, I am in support of this amendment. I don't want to bankrupt our farmers. I am a yes vote on this. I just wanted to extend it to others, but okay, I'll shut up.
No, I appreciate that the discussion is going beyond just the amendment, but I think we need to have that. And but at this point, unless anyone else has anything to add on the amendment, I'm going to call for a vote. So this is I'm not seeing everybody rushing
Brief
to
comment,
raise their hand.
if I may, Mr. Chairman, I would like to respectfully request that if this amendment carries, that I be afforded the latitude to do some level of analysis in terms of the legality of it. I don't think I'm in a position to really provide an opinion right now in terms of whether or not that would meet our test of uniform assessment. But I think that's something that needs to be explored, and prior to the board acting on an ordinance, we should really have some clarification in terms of whether or not that's something that's feasible under this type of program.
Yes, that definitely. Dave, Moderator.
Just the other thing, maybe just afford staff and a consultant an opportunity to double check the calculations, you know, and the $102 per year for that first year. So, you know, I think the quick assessment that was done, I didn't do it, but I believe it may have included all ag zoned parcels, not just working farms. There's a little difference in the definition. And so we just want to make sure that we're able to, you know, double check that.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I did specifically say working farms. You're right. It does diverge purposefully.
Okay.
So hopefully that'll work out.
Okay, anything else from staff? Any other questions or anything before we vote on this? In that case, I will call for a vote on the amendment to the proposed ordinance. All in favor? Signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, the motion carries. So I guess it's open to further discussion on any aspect of the proposed ordinance.
So I guess I'll just raise that question that I was raising before. We had some comments on cemeteries. How are those assessed? Just the roads?
I would need to go back and look at our guidance document unless Ron knows off the top of his head. I don't think we digitized every tombstone. I think it's just buildings and roads, if that's your question.
It is.
Yeah.
Because there was one in Pine Grove Mills that looked like it just had dashes. It didn't have any type of assessment.
Yeah, I can open up our guidance document unless someone gets to it before me.
Yeah, each individual tombstone was not digitized for impervious area. They're too hard to try to capture with the level of mapping that we have. So any buildings or paved areas would have been captured, but not the actual individual headstones.
Because as we heard from, a comment tonight, that was a couple $1,000s by the end of the projections, which seemed high.
Does that make sense to you guys that a cemetery would have, if the headstones were not included, would have a fee of $1,900? I mean, I think there's little roads that go through there.
There are roads. And that's what I'm asking. Is that what was calculated? Is that what led up to that?
So yeah, any paved road within a cemetery would have been included in the impervious area. Yes. So if you have a cemetery that has no paved roads and just headstones, you wouldn't see an impervious area. If you had a cemetery with both paved roads and headstones, then you would see an impervious area for that.
Okay. I also had a question about different paving materials and how those were going to be assessed. The ordinance does speak to gravel. I can't bring it up right now. So different, new materials that are supposed to be more pervious than others, is that going to be credited, or how are those being looked at?
Yeah, I can answer that. Impervious areas are obviously counted toward the impervious coverage, and impervious means that it does not infiltrate water. And asphalt, bituminous pavement is in that category. Concrete's in that category. Crushed hard pack gravel is in that category. Purposefully built pervious pavement would not be in that category. So if it was built and designed and it infiltrates water, it is not considered in the calculation. And if we captured it in error and we learn of that, we will correct it.
So what is called gravel road, that would be pervious or impervious?
The general term gravel road that you drive on with a car is considered impervious.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Yeah, in those more sophisticated models that we would use, Percingent, where we'll use ground cover and curve numbers, crushed impervious, that's it very closely approximates asphalt, maybe 97 to 100%.
I guess I'm kind of like taking, if you guys don't mind, taking a big step out for just a second. Because, we've talked about potentially raising revenue and it being either through a stormwater fee or maybe property tax, but we've also talked about cutting expenditures, and maybe there's no place for that in this discussion right here. But I think that because there's so many people from the township on the call, I think it is important to acknowledge that when us five and staff are sitting here and talking about this, it's not just this cost that's in our mind. And even though that this would be a dedicated fund and it would go to these costs, I've heard a lot of people talking about how we should be managing our money better and that kind of thing. But the fact of the matter is, in order to really address the need, we would need to cut a lot. And I think that coming up here, Wednesday, we're going to talk about Whitehall Road Regional Park, that we're kind of like, unfortunately, in my opinion, along for the ride. And people are upset about the amount that we're spending on the Public Works building. they'd be through the roof if they knew the projections of what we're spending for those regional parks. And that's projected for year after year after year after year. So I guess I wanted to take this opportunity right now to say that I am also interested in cutting expenditures, and I'd be happy to see that $13.9 million plus, because that certainly is underestimated, dollar cost come right off of our radar. So I just wanted to put that out there and then add in that other expenditures that we're looking at that we talk about that are in our mind include a possible fire station, because out in the West End here we have and this is no fault of Alpha, but we have the slowest response time in the entire region to fires out here in the West End. And so it's been discussed for years and years and years that Ferguson Township needs a fire station. That's multiple millions of dollars. So I think that when folks are questioning the need for this, I think it's a reasonable question, but I just wanted to make sure that everybody knows that there are a lot of potential expenditures and costs that are coming up that we take very seriously. And so I don't know, I just really felt like I wanted to put that out there. Thanks.
Do we have any other discussion tonight, or are we ready to continue this public hearing to next? Lisa?
So did we want to discuss the billing unit system?
We certainly can if you.
Okay, we got a lot of feedback following that last meeting, and having done even more research since then and heard just why it was going to impact different property owners in different ways. There was a lot of communication that the ERU may be a more fair model. I also want to consider what Prasenjit had said about maybe lowering that 1,000 square foot rounding point, if that would be better. So if we could just discuss that for a minute.
Yeah, I like the idea of exploring the smaller rounding unit. I think we're not going to have a perfect thing to vote on, but I think that getting it as close to representative as possible is good. And if we can do that down to 500, I think that would be good. There'd be less variability between categories. I think that would be appropriate. About the ERU, I'm open to entertaining that. I wondered if we could get some feedback, maybe from staff. I'm not sure about, what their thoughts are on the differences between the ERU and the square footage that might have been referred to by folks that are encouraging it.
I want to throw out there too, in conjunction with that, while we're having this discussion, so we were just talking about looking at billing for pervious versus impervious areas and percentages within a lot. So if we could add that into this discussion, that would be helpful so that we know what all the possibilities might be. Because if we were looking at rounding it, but still not considering what recharge area some landowners might have outside of ag, then we're still missing that component of it. So if we could add in considering that factor. But yeah, if we can get some.
In my opinion, for whatever it's worth, I believe that the ERU model, the equivalent residential unit model, creates a perception of equity more so than the 1,000 square foot billing unit model does. And the reason I say that, and I've heard from a number of residents since we published our spreadsheets online, that are looking at a fee in some cases of twice what their immediately adjacent neighbors are paying. Now, the engineers on the call will argue correctly that is reflective of an increase in impervious surface that may come from outbuildings, it may come from bigger driveways, and oftentimes it comes from something as simple as an above ground pool or another structure that, you know, I think the argument can clearly be made that is not, you know, contributory and it's not contributing in any way, any meaningful way, that is, to, you know, to stormwater management needs. So if you look at, you know, a neighborhood like Overlook Heights, and you kind of peruse through Lynn and Harris and Allen streets and just at a glance look at the properties that are being assessed under the 1,000 square foot impervious model, it's very obvious, very evident that there is a pretty dramatic swing, you know, ranging as high as 6 billing units for some properties, as low as 2 billing units for other properties. Those properties are generally, you know, fairly similar in characteristic, fairly similar dwelling unit thumbprints, fairly similar driveway sizes, similar lot sizes for all intents and purposes are you know, fairly consistent across the board. You know, so some of the concerns that I've heard from residents on the proposed structure is that you know, there's some confusion about why they would be paying under the 1,000 square foot model significantly more in some case than their immediately adjacent neighbors. So, you know, of course, I think the board's heard quite a bit from the Greenbrier development and some of their advocacy for the ERU billing fee or billing unit methodology. I think that's more rooted in you know, the conditions there, that they do have larger lot sizes, larger homes, larger impervious areas. So clearly there's a benefit that neighborhood, that development stands to gain. But you know, the other argument, I think, you know, in support of the ERU methodology is that it's sort of it's a familiar concept, particularly to those that live within the regional growth boundary and source service area, because that's the assessment that they pay for their sanitary sewer treatment. I think it is the most common methodology that's employed around the country for stormwater fee assessments, and presumably part of the reason is because it's you know, fairly comprehensible. It doesn't create a tremendous amount of inequity within a street, even if it's a justified inequity based on the total amount of impervious surface. So, you know, that's kind of my 2 cents on the two different methodologies. But, you know, the board in a previous discussion on September 23rd opted to pursue this other route. And if that's the route you choose to go, I don't think that that's indefensible by any means. I think that's a common assessment methodology, and it's something that, you know, can be justified and explained as well.
Thanks, Dave.
I guess at this point, based on that, I still am, I guess, leaning toward the square footage that we talked about. Thank you, Dave. Sorry, not dissing you, but it sounds more like it's a perception issue than a non-representation issue. So I think that if we can get down to rounding at a lower at like maybe 500, that would be helpful. Unless other board members really think that the ERU would be better based on what they've heard or want to explore that.
Well, I've always favored the ERU.
Yeah.
I think it's simpler, and my feeling was with going with the 1,000 feet, we're trying to draw too fine a distinction, you know, to something that's sort of a broad concept. And I think if we go down further to 500, we're just making that distinction even finer, and you're generating more, you know, a broader range of fees that people are paying with very similar size houses or driveways. And I guess I favor the ERU. I don't know if we want to bring it up for reconsideration. That would depend, because there was a majority favoring the 1,000 square foot model. Unless somebody who did favor the 1,000 square foot model wants to bring up a reconsideration, then I'm not sure that there's, you know, we're going anywhere with it. So
yeah.
Yeah, I was in favor of the 1,000 square foot model, and I'm open to reconsidering that.
Well, I guess the question is, do you want to make a motion to change it, or are you?
Well, that's what I was asking. Is there the possibility of modeling the 500 feet
Yes.
So then I would look at my fellow board members who are also in favor of the 1,000 square feet and ask your thoughts.
Yeah, I'm not as strong either way, but yeah, I mean, I'm possibly more willing to go to 500 than stay at 1,000, but I'm still on the balance, a yes on the square feet method than the ERU method. So I'm not changing my vote per se. So it'll be back to you.
Okay. I guess I'm leaning toward the ERU. But, you know, is this something we can continue looking at and adjust at the next meeting? Or do we need to determine this right now?
Well, the only question would be if we make a major change in the next meeting, we cannot vote on it at that meeting. If we make, you know, any amendment we make tonight can be incorporated for October 19th.
Because I guess I think what would be helpful for everyone to see would be, what do the models look like for the 1,000 square feet, the 500 square feet, and the ERU?
But I think we did it for the 1,000 square foot and for the ERU. And there was an interest in going with the square foot model. You know, we can reanalyze it and do the math for the 500 square foot unit. And I think what you'll see is not a whole lot of change for most parcels, but for those that are right on the borderline, you might see one go up one or down one. So, you know, those that are, you know, right now your neighbors, one's assessed at 2 and one's at 4, you know, they might both end up at 3. I don't think you're going to see a big, you know, drastic change theoretically. If you believe in a square footage model, it should be more equitable if that's what you're looking for. But if you're really interested in the ERU model, it's not going to do a whole lot for you. But we can run different scenarios and changes. It's just, as the chairman mentioned, you know, whatever we do, if it changes again significantly, that might affect how you have to re-advertise or how you run your public hearing.
Yeah, a procedural comment I just can introduce now. I mean, I believe that by virtue of the board, you know, moving the amendment to cap the agricultural exposure at twice the median fee is substantive enough to necessitate re-advertisement and a new public hearing. So I would not suggest that the board continue the public hearing this evening to October 19th, rather that the public hearing at the conclusion of your discussions and your amendments be closed, re-advertised, and then reopen with opportunity afforded to residents to provide additional comment at a subsequent meeting. We may be able to, if we can hammer out all those details, we can accommodate the October 19th schedule, or even if we had to move to November 10th, depending on how that November 2nd, depending on how that goes. I don't think that jeopardizes our budget preparations or the need to be sensitive to the fee schedules for homeowners associations and condo associations that have to be set. So I think we have some wiggle room here, but based on the amendment that was made earlier this evening, you know, I would recommend that we, at the conclusion of this evening, close this public hearing and then re-advertise reflective of the amendments that were made.
Okay, so then it's not out of the question to look at these different models again. I'll take that as a yes. So if we can look at the ERU and maybe have some examples, because I found the charts kind of difficult to navigate at different points. The keys were on different pages from the charts. And so I think if we can have maybe some different graphics to look at and maybe have some different examples of different property types and look at the 500, the 1,000, and the ERU on the 19th.
Okay. I mean, I think what that does is there won't be any action on the 19th then, because then we have to go back and bring something forward for the next public hearing, right, Dave?
Correct.
Right.
Yeah.
So if we do
I mean,
that,
unless,
yeah, if we do that, what we'll need to do is schedule a discussion for the 19th with no action, and then a public hearing for November 2nd, or yeah, I think November 2nd. So that's how we we cannot schedule a public or continue the public hearing, look at all these potential changes, make any modifications, and then vote at the next meeting. And I think that's what Dave was getting at, is if we're looking at doing that, we should just close this public hearing and reschedule another public hearing for November 2nd, and then a discussion for October 19th.
And at the discussion meeting, we could have the table with the, I believe we could, I'm kind of looking at Elizabeth, with the 500 square foot unit method, with the 1,000 square foot method, and then with the ERU method.
Yes, we certainly could.
Okay.
With examples, we could use a consistent property to show impacts from, on the same property, so that you could see how it would impact. And then we could have examples of commercial, nonprofit, agriculture, whatever. We could give you a sampling of all those things.
And if we are going to do that, unless there are other major issues to discuss tonight, I'd like to wrap up tonight's hearing.
At some point, I would like to get some of the other supervisors' thoughts on having a low-income exemption or a retiree or a fixed income exemption. So something that carves out the hardship for retirees and people who are unemployed or have low income.
Yeah, I would like to talk about that too. I have that and one other item on my list.
Okay, as far as that, I guess, Dave Provoca, do you know if there's anything we would have to research as far as legality of that, or is that?
oh, absolutely. Yeah, I would very much like to have a chance.
Yeah, that's what I thought. There will probably be questions about whether we can do that or how we can do it. So I think if you could look into that for the next meeting, for the discussion, that would be, but I don't think we might get into a discussion of it tonight, not knowing what the parameters might be on that.
Right. I think what we've heard consistently from Elizabeth and her team as we've proceeded through these last 3 years in our analysis is that there has to be consistency. There has to be uniformity. It has to be defensible. If we're going to, establish a stormwater fee, there has to be a general standard. So I think the more the board gets in, without having an opportunity to research the legalities of it, the more the board gets into the nuances and carves out specific exemptions, the more difficult it's going to be to argue for, for that uniformity. And Elizabeth, I don't know, maybe you have something to add, or maybe you don't, but that's my takeaway.
Hardship considerations have been made in utilities, and they're made today even in places like the power companies, where they establish a hardship program. What is important in the rate making that I think Dave was just emphasizing is that the utility structure is made whole, so that the hardship isn't paid for by other utility contributors. The hardship benefit is provided through some other resource. Now, often what communities have used is kind of a check off, are you willing to contribute $1 to offset hardship impacts? Or, that's one way that it's been done. There have been communities that have turned to their county financial assistance programs, or things like that that are established to assist in these conditions. But the utility structure, as Dave was emphasizing, is still made whole and is not compromised by giving away resources to one sector of the community versus another. So that legal review that Dave talked about is really important. And then what options might exist within the community to support a hardship program also would need to be explored as well.
I think, yeah, I would support looking into that.
Me too. I think that probably the entire board is philosophically supportive of that if we can do it in a legal and fair manner. It's just a guess. It's addressing one of the comments there too.
Okay, so do you have what you need, Dave, for as far as what we're looking for? Okay. Lisa.
Sorry, before we end the discussion, I just wanted to go back to a suggestion I had made earlier, which is to form a committee smaller than the Stormwater Advisory Committee, but a stormwater ordinance review committee with the limited scope of reviewing this fleshed out ordinance that we largely that we have now, to look at the costs that are going to be incurred over time, to look at the program plan. So if there's support for that, I'd like to make a motion to look at that, unless we want to discuss that a little bit. I think it would be helpful, as particularly after hearing all of this feedback, as well on the ordinance itself, as well as the feedback we've had on the timing of this, the lack of some people being able to communicate their thoughts in a way they'd like to without public meetings. So I think it would be a good way for us to just bounce this off the public again, get some tuned in input now that we have this created this far.
Yeah, I guess I'm not in favor of it, but I think if we do that, it would be better to do it separate from the ordinance, because the process of creating a committee is itself a process that I don't think we could build into. Or I'll turn to Dave for question of whether I'm correct on this, is trying to build a committee into this would sort of be mixing two things that are separate processes. Is that correct? Or
yeah, well, I think it's fair. I think, the board has at its disposal different tools that you can invoke to establish either standing committees or ad hoc committees for a variety of purposes. The ad hoc committee is a little bit less formal, but there's still a process that's described in the administrative code for its establishment. You'd have to provide an opportunity for, folks to apply for membership, and there'd be an evaluation, et cetera. So, I mean, they'd have to have a specific task. You'd want to confirm first that what you're asking them to do can't be replicated with another existing committee. And so, it kind of depends on what form or what function your intentions are. And I'm having a hard time conceptualizing how what this committee might potentially do that hasn't been done already, that wouldn't require kind of a re-education period and sort of a re-engagement of our consultant, a rehashing of the the items that the SAC has talked about over the last several years. Maybe I just have to have a little bit more foundation in order for me to kind of wrap my head around it and be able to prepare a cogent proposal that might be explainable to people and meet what Ms. Strickland is looking to achieve. So I'm just not quite there yet, I guess.
yeah, I guess my recommendation, Lisa, would be that you propose that as an agenda item that we,
That's fair.
look into forming that committee, but be separate from the ordinance, because I don't think we can include it in the ordinance because it is such a different process.
Mm-hmm.
So just in terms of fast tracking something like that, is there any way we could add that request to the consent agenda tonight so that we could discuss it perhaps at the next meeting? Or is that not something that we could do?
Well, in terms of fast tracking it, I think a lot of the things we heard tonight wouldn't really change. I don't really think there's going to be any in-person meetings,
No.
Which would affect a significant portion of the farmers, et cetera. So I think if we just go through it, you know, in the normal channels, that works for me.
Okay, sounds good. So like consent agenda next time, and we could have a discussion on it early November.
Yep.
I'm fine with that, and I would support that, but I also agree to some extent that if we are going to go with this and we don't want to lose all the work, then it possibly should have a limited time, like 6 to 8 months, and to come back with whatever it wants to recommend, and so that this board has time to deal with it instead of rolling it on to a future board or something.
Yep, agreed.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. I think at this point, I'm going to close the public hearing and call for a 5-minute recess before we continue with the agenda.
Great.
So how about
Thanks.
we all get back together at 10:11. See you
Thanks.
shortly. Okay, how about we come back at 10:13 instead of 10:11? Okay, let me get my agenda pulled up here. Dave, what's the next item on the agenda? I'm having trouble with my other computer at the moment. I lost my agenda. You're muted.
The retirement planning. Oh,
If I did that again. It's a public hearing on a resolution of the Township of Ferguson, Center County, Pennsylvania, authorizing the engagement of Voya Financial for plan sponsorship services for the township's 457 deferred compensation plan and 401A retirement plans, post-employment healthcare plan, and Roth IRA plan.
Okay, thanks. I got my agenda open now too. So we will proceed with that. This is a public hearing. If there's anyone in the from the public that cares to address this item on the agenda, now's the time. If you could just signal through the chat that you would like to speak, this would be a chance to comment on it. Okay, seeing no indication of public comment, I'll go to the board for a motion. We've already discussed this at fair length, so we'll start with the motion.
I, Laura, move that the Board of Supervisors adopt the resolution authorizing the chairman and secretary to execute an agreement with Voya Financial to plan sponsorship services for the township 457 deferred compensation retirement plans, post-employment healthcare plan, and Roth IRA plan.
this is Patty. I second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on this item? Okay, seeing none, this will be a roll call vote, Dave.
This is presented as Resolution 2020-28. Ms. Denneny?
Yes.
Mr. Miller?
Yes.
Mr. Mitra?
Yes.
Ms. Stevens?
Yes.
Ms. Strickland?
Yes.
Okay, motion carries. Next is under new business, the consent agenda, which consists of 3 pay applications, a voucher report for August, and acceptance of the treasurer's report for August.
Motion to approve the consent agenda and accept the treasurer's report for August.
Prosenjit, second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. Now under new business, we have authorization of a public hearing on an ordinance permitting childcare facilities as an accessory use, no impact home occupation in all residential zoning districts. I think that goes to Jenna.
So based on the results of the business needs survey, staff explored potential options within the township's control to provide relief to residents and businesses in Ferguson Township. A key concern that resulted from the survey was childcare facilities within the township. Staff reviewed the requirements and processes of establishing a family child care home and a group child care home within residential areas of the township. So our current ordinance, we have 2 definitions for child care home. There's family child care home and a group child care home. Really, it's the number of kids that are allowed in each. So both uses currently are considered accessory uses, and both uses would allow a conditional use process for approval. So the conditional use process is longer and more expensive for the applicant in comparison to a zoning permit approval. So I spent some time working with Jeff on all of the zoning districts. Currently, it is only a permitted accessory use in the RR and RA zoning districts for both childcare homes. Every other zoning district that we have, it would be a conditional use process. Fascinating enough, the conditions that are outlined in the conditional use process are essentially the same conditions that are outlined within the permitted use. If it were to be a permitted use, there are a few additional parking requirements. Staff didn't believe it wouldn't result in anything extraordinary. So we would be recommending that essentially we'd be allowing the group childcare homes in the R1 and R1B zoning districts would be a permitted accessory use for single family homes. And then the family childcare homes in R1, R1B, R2, R3, R4, and village would be a permitted accessory use for single family homes. All conditions as outlined in the conditional use process would still be applied to the permitted uses, and residents would be able to apply for a no fee zoning permit for approval as opposed to going through the conditional use process, which is public hearing, fee, it takes longer, etc.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions or comments?
Question.
Sure.
Thanks. Jenna, right now, did we allow by conditional use the group daycare homes in R4? Are they allowed by conditional use in R4 right now? Do you know?
If they are allowed at all, especially for the group care homes, they're a little bit bigger. There's more children that would be allowed those.
I just know we had an evolving understanding of what conditional use meant exactly when we were going through that. And now I don't really think, I know this is off topic ever so slightly, but I really don't think that we should be having, I don't think as a conditional use R4 that larger childcare home, even as conditional use, but slightly off topic because it's not what you're asking, but.
Yeah, no, and group childcare homes, they are not allowed within R4.
Okay, super. Thanks for checking on that. Fabulous. That's it. Thank you.
Lisa.
So I'm supportive of this. I didn't have time to go back and check my notes on the zoning rewrite because I was trying to refresh my memory on how we left this, because I thought the idea was to make this a permitted accessory use in conditional. I'm wondering if we left it as conditional because they need the other permits. So I don't know. I was trying to remember why we made that. Yeah.
And that's what I was trying to figure out. Jeff and I were comparing the two because I wasn't working at the township for this conversation. It was interesting because the extra permits with complying with Pennsylvania licensing requirements and whatnot, they're in both. And that's why I was like, why would we essentially copy and paste conditions in a conditional use process that are very similar to the general requirements if they were permitted? And there are a few differences. There's additional parking requirements with the group childcare homes.
And we did look at those separately, the larger and the smaller ones, but the intent was to make them easy to establish in these residential areas. So, you know, I'm not sure if maybe that was our oversight that we left them conditional accessory uses, or if that was our thought was that they.
Lisa's freezing up.
Oh yeah, like Lisa, you're going out of me.
There you are again, Lisa. You were freezing up. Are you there? Lisa.
That we wanted to remove these barriers.
Lisa, you were freezing up. Are you there now?
I'm here. I can see you guys.
Great. So I agree that we had a discussion about reducing some barriers, but then there was also part of the discussion about making sure those larger childcare homes didn't negatively impact the neighborhood. And then I guess I do have another question. In the, I think in the agenda write-up, it talks about them being a no impact home-based business. Is that right? Or are they a home occupation? Aren't they a home occupation?
They
Or is
are. I
that
think
not-
that was my error in drafting the agenda. I apologize for that.
Okay,
I
is
don't
it-
believe I do not believe, Jenna, correct me if I'm wrong, I do not believe they're classified as no impact.
Yeah, Jeff and I would consider this a home occupation.
Okay, that's what I thought. Thank you.
When we get to the
Sorry, Dave.
motion, we'll need to
Yeah.
adjust that too.
Oh, is it in there? Okay.
Yeah.
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 So I just wanted to be clear. I think I understand what the impacts of this are. As far as the family childcare home, that just makes it a permitted use by, so we don't have to have any conditional attachments at all. And for the group childcare homes, the conditions still apply, but since we've already established them, we're essentially not having the conditional use hearing. Is that?
And
I
that
think it puts
is,
it all in staff's hands.
it's the call of the board, really.
No,
Jeff,
I'm asking if that's what this means.
Yeah.
That the
essentially that this ordinance would make a permitted group childcare home permitted accessory use in the R1, R1B zoning districts for single family homes. I say that's the biggest,
Right.
most.
Okay, but all of the conditions that were previously established would still apply.
Yes,
That's what I was wondering.
it's just not a conditional use process.
I think the one limitation, I guess, to consider that would be applied to this particular situation, if you were to take out the conditional use hearing process, would be that it would preclude the board from placing additional conditions beyond what's laid out in the supplemental regulations in the interest of public health, safety, and welfare. You do have some latitude during the conditional use process to attach things that are not conditions that are not ordained per se. And if you think back to, what's a good example? The skate park in the Terrace Streetscape District, I believe there was limitations that were placed by the board on hours of operation and other nuisance type conditions that were designed to kind of promote or protect the adjacent uses and the adjacent residential homes. So, by divorcing this particular use from the conditional use hearing process, it would just be if you met the conditions that are in our supplemental regulations, you would be entitled to a zoning permit.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, this is just temporary, right?
Not under what is
This would be a permanent. Yeah. So
Okay.
Jeff actually looked at the resolution, the COVID-19 resolution that we have in place, and we're trying to figure out the best way to go about this due to enforcement of these homes if they were to bypass this conditional use process during COVID. And then that resolution has a Cinderella time clock on the emergency declaration by the governor. And if that were to be gone, are Jeff and I going to go around to all of these childcare homes and say, hey, now you have to go through a conditional use process, even though you already got your zoning permit, you've been operating, but it was under this resolution that had a time clock on it.
Doesn't a conditional use process only happen once? So wouldn't they just be grandfathered in? Like the conditional use for Whitehall Road Regional Park only happened one time and it stands forever and ever. So my only question is, I mean, I'm fine for that now during COVID. That's what it's for. It's to ease that. But honestly, I don't know if I think it is a good idea for the board to forever relinquish the ability to put an additional condition on a large group, a large home. Unless staff can kick it to us if they want to. But if this strictly prohibits that, then I would say, can't we just make it temporary because those that are licensed during this time period or given that conditional use will always be able to keep it. I don't know. I guess I just have some concerns about the larger homes. Parking,
And if that
noise.
is a concern, yeah, if that is a concern, we can leave that out. This was just a recommendation. Jeff and I were reviewing the zoning districts and
Yeah.
the character of the neighborhoods and whatnot, what we at a staff level felt comfortable with. We are open to recommendations from the board as well. If we don't want to look at the group childcare homes as an option, that's perfectly fine too.
There's no such legal option then as allowing staff to put a condition on if necessary. Okay.
No.
Not the way that we're currently set up, no.
Okay.
Uh,
Thoughts, others?
I guess my thought is that for the family childcare home, I don't have any problem
Me too.
with just making the change. But with up to 16 school-age children, I think we probably do want to continue looking at that before approving. I mean, I think in most cases we won't have additional conditions, but I could see places where particularly the parking could be a problem, or, there's a question of having 16 parents picking up kids or more likely dropping them off first thing in the morning. Does that create a problem?
Yeah, like, could you have a group home like that along Circleville Road? I don't know if that would be a great idea. Like where there's no parking and tiny little driveways and people have to back out and that kind of thing.
Yeah,
I don't want to be overly cautious. It's just like 16 kids are a lot in a residential district, and there's a lot of noise and cars and going in and going out. So I just want to make sure we're striking a balance.
Yeah, I mean, I share that concern, but I'm also, I'm also fine with sort of staff. I trust the staff to be able to make that decision, but I want somebody to look at it. Yeah.
They can't though. That's, I think, what I was asking. It's
sorry.
one or the other. It's like either the board gets a chance to put additional conditions on, or there are no additional conditions.
I see.
Yeah.
Got it. Sorry.
No, it's okay. It's confusing.
Right. I think conceptually conditional uses are confusing. That's why I think, generally speaking, they're to be avoided in zoning ordinances, except for things that are impactful enough that you may, as elected officials, be comfortable with seeing them in certain parts of the township and not necessarily in certain zoning districts. You might be comfortable seeing them in R1 in certain locations, but in R1 with additional restrictions in other ones. So by virtue of the enabling conditional use process, you can attach those conditions that are in the interest of public health, safety, and welfare within reason. But if an applicant can demonstrate that they can meet the conditions that are outlined in the ordinance, and that the conditions in excess of the ordinance are reasonable in nature, and they can meet those, then they're entitled to approval of their conditional use permit. If you placed a restriction that was so onerous that it would not be reasonable for an applicant to meet, then they would have grounds to challenge that conditional use permit. So it's a fine line, and that's why it kind of gets into a little bit of a undefined or unspecified area of the municipality's planning code. But for something like a childcare home, I could certainly see that the more children, that you allow in there, the more impactful it may be. And, the more concerned the board might be about opening the floodgates to these kinds of facilities in all residential zoning districts without the protection of that conditional use process to assign those additional restrictions where warranted.
So I'm just sort of trying to think it through. In general, from a broad brush picture, there are I've heard there are people have complained that there aren't enough childcare. There isn't enough childcare in this town, and by this town they mean the broader area. So I'm sympathetic towards making it easy to do that. So in case we go the other way and we say, okay, let them do it, then if there are these problems happen, which is, you know, parking, maybe there's an accident or there's other issues and so on, do we have a recourse then to fix the issues if problems happen? Or is it like the horse is out of the stable and bolted and we can't really run after it?
So, go ahead.
Go ahead. I know how slow. Oh, my internet's lagging tonight. For the approved zoning permits in that example you provided, essentially would be out of the bag. They would be entitled to that use. We could make that change in the future. Childcare homes or group childcare homes would have that. But as long as they don't switch that use, they would be entitled to it. It would be my hope that they would work with us if there were identified problems. But
yeah, and depending on the situation, I mean, we do have enforcement recourse that we could lean back on that would be, you know, not necessarily revoking their conditional use permit, but, you know, we can get them to comply with those conditions through other means.
Hey, Lisa, did you have a?
Yeah, Jenna, if we remove this group home part of this, and the need arose that somebody wanted to do this and bypass the conditional use hearing, could they fill out that COVID waiver that was created? Could we employ that somehow?
if we were deciding to make a permanent amendment to allow family child care homes in for single family homes in these districts, they wouldn't need that resolution. It would be a permitted accessory use with these amendments.
Right, but if we took the group care home out of this, and the need arose or the desire arose that somebody wanted to have a group care home, but didn't want to go through the conditional use process, could they use that waiver? Is there anything in there that would apply?
Yeah, I'd have to review that. It was really catered more towards outdoor dining, taking out parking. I don't think it explicitly said daycare and
no, but is
I think the concern is more so related to what happens once the temporary ordinance or the temporary allowances expire. So if it were the case where a group child care facility were able to invoke that allowance under our temporary COVID regulations that are more permissive of that kind of thing, and then once they expire, are we requiring that that applicant to go back through the conditional use permit process, have a hearing on a use that they've already they've already established, and what happens if that conditional use permit gets denied or if it can't meet those conditions? Of course, it's kind of a doomsday scenario in some respects, but it's one that I think is conceivable if we have essentially a grandfathered use in an area, meaning they took advantage of this allowance that the board's permitted in the wake of the pandemic, and then once that expires, they could say, look, I'm sorry, we're already in operation. We've got kids that we're taking care of. There's families that are enrolled. It's not fair to make us go back through the conditional use hearing process. So I think that's part of the justification for recommending that this be ordained as a permanent ordinance amendment, is just to be kind of cognizant of the impacts that this may have after things kind of return back to normal, whenever that may be.
I think that now that we've talked through it, I feel very fine about the smaller, the family, what you've proposed. But I don't feel good about the allowance for the group home, because like you're saying, once we've allowed it, it's going to be allowed. We're not even going to be allowing it. It really definitely could create a nuisance property in a situation. I think that it wouldn't be a tragedy if we move forward with it, but I think I'd prefer to remove that. I think that that would be a better choice.
We can do that.
Yeah, and I would agree with that. I think I would like to keep the conditional use hearing on the larger.
Yeah, I agree.
facility. One question for Dave, or maybe John, I'm not sure which. If we were in a situation where we decide to fast track the conditional use hearing, how quickly would we be able to do that? There's no review that we have to have like outside of the township or anything, so.
Well, we've, I'm sorry, Jen, I can respond at least historically with what we've done. I don't know that there's a prescriptive method that's applied to all applications, at least in the township, even in my tenure here. In some applications, conditional use hearings have been scheduled and, essentially approved at the same meeting. So, the first time the board sees it is, the same meeting where action is taken to approve it. In other applications, it's been referred to the Planning Commission for their review and comment. And yet other applications, it's kind of bounced back and forth. It's gone to the board first, then the Planning Commission, then back to the board. So I don't know that we have one standard process, but I think that at least, and Jenna can correct me if I'm misspoken here, but I think that the municipality's planning code doesn't, very strictly define what that process has to follow, so that the board could ostensibly hear and act on a conditional use in one evening.
And that was what I was wondering. So we could sort of not necessarily establish a policy, but just say that for the period of the COVID emergency, we would fast track these so that we see it quickly. I mean, we could do that as a board, just as a procedure that we follow.
Sure, if we can, for staff. I mean, they still have to pay the $250, but it's helpful.
Yeah, and I think that way we would take care of the problem of a delay. To cut it down to 2 weeks is the most of the delay you'd have, and then, going forward, once the emergency is done, we just go to a regular conditional use. I think I would be more comfortable with keeping the larger homes, larger facilities as a conditional use, and then just sort of make a practice of fast tracking it while we have this situation.
Okay.
I guess the question is, anyone else have any thoughts on this, or?
No, I think we're ready for a motion, but now we have to work it out ourselves.
Actually, I think we can use the same motion. We've just changed what's going to be included in the public hearing.
Okay. Good point. Okay.
Fourth of a public hearing.
Okay, I, Laura, move that the Board of Supervisors authorize advertisement of a public hearing on an ordinance permitting family child care facilities as an accessory use home occupation in all residential zoning districts from Monday, November 16th.
This is Patti, I second.
Sorry.
Okay, so we have a motion, a second. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, the motion carries. And that brings us to staff and committee reports. First is the executive committee. You got all that at the general forum meeting, so no report. Public Service and Environmental Committee.
Excellent report, Steve.
Thank you, Elliot.
Yeah, I missed the meeting because of a last minute thing, but I caught up and I'll briefly say things which is I think in the agenda too, but there was a discussion of the climate action and adaptation plan, and so there'll be a future session scheduled to basically talk about water issues. And so there are 4 sectors that were discussed on energy, solid waste, transportation, and agriculture and land management. And this has sort of a reference to something, well, I guess that was discussed right after that, which was essentially organic waste and how if we can reduce that, that will reduce our greenhouse gases and so on. Essentially, they identified some menu items of what can be done to address this, including like providing educational materials and trying to reduce essentially food waste and encouraging people to toss your food waste in your backyard. I mean, composting and so on. So that was that. The UAJA solar pilot program, that was already, they made a visit to our township, and we already had that, and they have gotten the support from all the 5 farming municipalities, and so they will go ahead and form a pilot project. There's some discussion about advanced disposal is going to be merged with this Ontario-based Green for Life company, and what else? So that was mostly what was discussed.
Okay, thank you. And then we have the joint TLU and CRPC meeting.
Thanks. We met today. And a couple of items. You can get a pretty good feel for what we went over in the agenda. It had some of the presentations in there. So a couple of things I wanted to point out. We had a presentation on utility scale solar projects in the center region. And this is essentially solar energy systems generating electricity for off-site use and not accessory to another use on the property where they're located. There, apparently from what we learned in this presentation, there have been a number of developers pushing to bring these facilities online quickly, and some of the municipalities that they're approaching don't have regulations in place to manage this. So a couple of areas they mentioned were Potter Township and Harris Township have been approached about these things. An example of one was the Penn State project in Franklin County, and I think they said that was about 500 acres. So if you've seen pictures of that one. And currently there are 12 requests in Center County by developers to get approval for these. There's a whole process that they went into that these developers have to go through to get approval for this, and they can get approval before they even approach the municipalities. And that's why CRPA staff felt it was kind of important to bring this information to us to let us know this is going on and make sure that everybody had language in their zoning ordinances to address this before they were approached with a development project. So it was interesting because they went through all of the municipalities, and we were pointed out as one that didn't have any regulations, but I recalled that we did. So we have in our RA that it is permitted what was it called? Solar energy systems are permitted on lots greater than 50 acres, and that can be used for off-site. So I clarified with Mark Bokel that does cover what this is. So it is a regulated use in our township. You know, a lot of these things go in brownfield areas or industrially zoned areas, but they're also moving out toward ag areas. And so there's interest in looking at how to regulate that usage. We've talked about that some. I don't think we got into it maybe with this in mind, maybe somewhat when we were going through our rewrite, but it might be something worth looking at again. It was a really good presentation. So they're going to continue looking at it. One of the action items we looked at was, did we want staff to write a model ordinance? So, you know, I didn't feel that was really necessary. I thought the research was helpful and the presentation was helpful, but like I said, we have just rewritten our zoning ordinances and we have this in there. So I'm not sure for our purposes what we would really get out of that. You know, there's some talk of having consistency, but it's in something like this, and actually in most things, our municipalities are so different that even to create a model ordinance would have to be so, you know, change so much if it's brought to a different municipality, and we have our own planners. So I just have kind of a philosophical problem with them spending staff time on writing these things when I don't think we'd get really that much out of it. So that's that. Then we went on to discuss accessory dwelling units. This is in their CHIP. So this is in CRPA's work plan. And again, they went through all the different municipalities and where our accessory dwelling units allowed. Ours are allowed in the TTD and TSD. We've talked about maybe adding them in the village. So, you know, that might be something we can look at again in the future. But it was discussed at the planning commission level, at least, about adding those to other areas. And that was not met with a lot of support. So, you know, it just kind of, that really didn't move forward. And they're really looking at that as a way to answer the affordable housing question. So kind of again, at the conclusion of that discussion, they're looking for guidance, you know, should we keep investigating this subject? Should we keep doing research and then build out a model ordinance? And I kind of went back to the same thing where, you know, we looked at this, we just rewrote our zoning code. We might be looking at adding that into village, but broadly it didn't meet a lot of support when it was discussed. And as far as affordable housing, we're addressing that with our affordable housing ordinance. So it's just, you know, it's maybe something we can have a different discussion about sometime, but it's, you know, there at CRPA, there's a lot of, you know, it's staff and it's, you know, that's what they do. They don't really, you know, make stuff. They're researching these things. And I think it's very helpful when they bring the really localized data to us and, you know, what are the other municipalities bringing? But when it comes to some of this stuff, it just doesn't really apply to us. So that's how I felt. So we can talk about that further so that I know what to bring back to TLU when these things come up. And they actually agreed to kind of drop that. So they're going to put that on the back burner because the borough also said they can't do that. So, you know, if they have extra space, they can't develop ADUs on it. They need to use that for stormwater. So, you know, they're kind of in a bind. That was their position. So just to quickly sum up, I'd recommend everybody look at the housing land consumption study that was in the agenda. And we just kind of briefly went over the CHIP and where that was at. And that's that.
Thanks. Okay, Laura.
Thanks, Steve. Thanks, Lisa. Sorry, I know it's been a long meeting, but just so can I follow up on the accessory dwelling units?
Mm-hmm.
So I thought that they were allowed in RR in Ferguson Township, or am I thinking of a different thing? Is this like the mother-in-law apartment kind of a concept, right?
Yeah, and that could be, you know, that was what was in their presentation and that was how I remembered it, but I don't know. I don't remember how we left that.
I remember it was frustrating because I don't understand the barriers to allowing accessory dwelling units in Ferguson Township as an affordable housing strategy that by its very nature is completely integrated into the community. It's like we're doing this whole big program thing, but we're not just doing a simple zoning change that really targets that. It's a great kind of product to add to your cache of affordable housing. So I don't know, I'm getting up on my soapbox with that, but I don't understand the major resistance to it. And I think we should revisit it as a thing.
Yeah,
if we hadn't already allowed it, which I don't think we did.
Yeah, we'll have to go back and look at that. Yeah, I mean, there was definitely some interest, and I was on the planning commission for a lot of those discussions, and I guess they were kind of divided on that, so it didn't really go anywhere. And then one quick thing I thought I would mention right then, it was kind of difficult to find the district quicks in the zoning code, and Mark said that he did have some trouble finding some of this data on the township. So that's why he kind of had the solar thing not identified correctly. So maybe we can have a follow-up conversation on that maybe.
And I'll report on the finance committee. We have completed our 3 morning review of the COG budget. The final meeting is this Thursday. We did identify some questions that have to be resolved. And if anybody wants to get into what promises to be an exciting discussion of fund balances in the COG budget, you're welcome to join us on Thursday morning. So
thanks, Steve. But
yes.
Steve, so in terms of spending, back to spending from our earlier conversation, at the COG, like through those finance meetings, like nothing was cut, right? I mean, pretty much everything.
Yeah, there are a few things that we'll be discussing on Thursday, but no major cuts.
So like extra stuff for Whitehall, like irrigation for Whitehall.
That's not in the budget.
No,
it's not in the budget. No,
okay.
That's what the discussion is with Whitehall, is whether to put it in. No, the staff did an excellent job of presenting a pretty lean budget this year.
Okay.
There weren't a lot of things in the budget that anybody flagged as something that should be cut, but the Whitehall
no park and rec on the go buses or anything this year. I know that. But aren't we still hiring multiple new staff? Like there's that caretaker, the full-time caretaker for parks.
There are a few hires that were previously approved, but there were no new hires. I shouldn't say no, but there may have been one at the fire department.
The fire.
Basically, there was very little new hire proposals this year.
Okay. There was like a lot of like vehicles that were bought. I noticed there were like probably 4 brand spanking new vehicles that were dedicated to Whitehall Road Regional Park. Vehicles or machinery, like
no, they 65 were mowers.
Some were mowers. One was a pickup truck. It was like a smattering of things.
And
like that one.
Were not cut, no.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, we're trucking right along as if we're going to be in full operations of that park. All those purchases.
But those purchases won't be made if they're not ready to be used. So that again will tie into further discussions. So
thank you. Thanks.
Yeah. But that was made clear that they won't be buying those unless the application is there for them. So
thanks.
Yep. Then we have the CCMPO coordinating committee.
I'm going to go through this one a lot quicker than I did TLU. That was today, so that was fresh on my mind. So CCMPO, I'll mention that the PennDOT Multimodal Transportation Fund Cycle is open now through November 6th. We reviewed the comments that were sent in on the long-range transportation plan. As you'll recall, we sent in a comment regarding the project in Pine Grove Mills, the realignment and traffic signal at 26 and 45. And so we had sent that asking if those two projects could be separated out. The reply we got was that was not recommended at this time, but if the township has a successful warrant study, then we can separate those two projects out. So we were encouraged to continue with that process. And then it would likely be approved as a standalone project in the LRTP update, which will be in about 2 years. So I thought that was positive news. So I asked that a footnote be put on that item that states that, so that this is not lost in communication, so that once that warrant is done, whoever is sitting in that seat from Ferguson will know that those two projects can be split out. So I felt okay about that. You know, it wasn't exactly what we asked for, but that did make sense to me to get that warrant completed, and hopefully that is successful. We just hit on a couple of the major projects in the LRTP, and those are the State College Area Connector and the I-80, I-99 interchange. At some point, you know, it'd probably be helpful at a future update for me to go into the State College Area Connector project, if anybody's not familiar with that. But in lieu of that, there's going to be a virtual public meeting held. The tentative date was October 29th, so I can follow up with that once I hear when that's going to be scheduled. It was a neat idea how they're going to do this virtual public meeting. It looks like you kind of go into a room and you tap on different displays of things. So it should be helpful to kind of help everybody imagine what that'll look like. And then we just talked about looking into doing a strategic plan for the CCMPO. Generally, members were supportive of that and supportive of the ideas that staff had looked at incorporating into the plan. And then a final note was that just about budget, it was mentioned that overall county liquid fuels fund would be lower. Funding is just down, expect to be down across the board. So, but that's not a surprise, I'm sure. So that was about it.
Thank you. And next we have the manager's report.
Thank you. My report's in the packet. The two items that I'll touch on are the attachments to my agenda or to my manager's report. One is a brochure for the upcoming virtual municipal leadership summit for the Pennsylvania Municipal League that's taking place at the end of this month. If we have a budget allocation for board members to attend. If any board members are interested in participating in that, there's a little bit of a description of the panel discussions that'll be coming up at that conference, some of the additional sessions and the featured speakers. Please let me know and I'll make sure that you get registered. It is a virtual summit, as I indicated earlier, so no need to travel and no need for lodging. And then in the good news of the evening, we were awarded a $250,000 grant from the Community Conservation Partnerships Program, funded through the Department of Conservation and Natural Resources, DCNR, for the Phase 1 development of Suburban Park. Centrise Martin took the lead in drafting that application, so appreciation to her for her hard work on that, and it was a successful outcome. We're now working with our grant advisor with DCNR to begin to plan for the months ahead that get pretty intense. So there's a lot of administration involved. There's a lot of reporting and paperwork and competitive bidding and things like that. We're planning on moving ahead if all the stars align with the construction of the first phase beginning next year. Depending on how the letter of map revision and the hydraulic and hydrologic analysis goes for the floodplain redesign or the floodplain amendment that has to be done to redesign the drainage channel, that may or may not get pushed back a little bit, but the money's there it's available to us. So exciting news there to see that park begin to move forward with development. That's all I have to report. Everything else is written there for you, and I can answer any questions.
Thank you.
I have a question, Steve. It's Laura.
Sure.
So the development with the vast amount of illegal signage, is that something are we still sure that that's illegal? And are they going to get a fine, or are they already paying fines? How's that work?
So the yards, they've been notified. They have a proposed solution that the zoning administrator has reviewed, as I understand, and it's been a week since I've got an update on this. They're in the process of ordering and replacing those 4 leased signs that are currently attached to the construction fence.
And the fine is issued 1 month after they're out of compliance, right?
The process involves generally speaking, yes, they'll get a warning letter, and then 30 days later, if they haven't corrected the issue, they'll receive a citation.
So it's been like way over 30 days at this point. So have they received the citation yet?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
Typically, if a property owner is willing to work with the township, we're lenient on that. And that's true, kind of regardless of the application or the particular property owner. So,
yeah. Typically, does it take them months and months and months to get to that compliant point, or is it like a couple weeks, really? Because it seems like I respect what you're saying. What you want to do is you want to get them to compliance, not fine them. But, some people really push the window on that. And it seems like this might be one of those cases. So I don't know. I guess.
Yeah, I'll have to get an update on where things
Dave,
stand.
I can provide an update. You need it.
Yay, thanks.
Yeah. So, yes, we were provided sample banners last week. They wanted confirmation from the zoning officer that the banners that they would be replacing and what they were replacing them with would be in compliance with our ordinance, and they were. We communicated that to them last week. So they should be printing the banners. They want to ensure that what they would be printing, which would cost them a lot of money, would be in compliance. So I'm assuming that they're being printed as we speak. I do know that our main contact is on paternity leave right now. So we've been going back and forth between different contacts with them. But
Thank you for the update. Thanks. Thanks, Steve. Thanks, Dave.
And next we have the Public Works Director's report.
I'll touch on a few items in my report. Folks should be happy to know that we have 2 brush collections this week. So there's this week, and then there's the week of the schedules posted on our webpage. And we also have leaf collection this week. After this month, it'll start to get more routine and daily as the leaves start to fall more steadily. Maybe a little update to what I have written in my report on the Arborist and Tree Commission. They did have a special work session on October 1st. I wasn't able to attend. I know they had some concerns about some milestone deadlines that we, had asked the committee to meet with regard to, in particular, the tree preservation ordinance. So I believe at this point, we're moving that along to Planning Commission or the board. May go back to Planning Commission, which is typical. And if the board staff need additional input from the Tree Commission, I imagine it can go back in that direction. But staff was attempting to try to get some movement. And, also some of the issues in the draft ordinance are really policy issues that at some point the board should have some input in, even if it does, get remanded and kind of go back and forth until it's in the shape that you'd like to see it. So just an update there, maybe a little different than what I have written. On the new Public Works facility, I have an update. I don't know how much I've reported on this, but we are in the process of reviewing a request for proposals for a solar power purchase agreement. So, you know, I would expect that would be wrapped up shortly, out on the street soon. And if you recall, the power purchase agreement is a way to provide solar arrays on the top of the building with the idea that it's, you know, a net zero energy consumption without paying any capital costs, because we're paying it through, you know, a reduced fee for power. It doesn't have a battery system. So when we generate electric, we're spinning the electric meter backwards. When we need electric, you know, it's supplying in the normal method. But we can, you know, follow up on any questions you might have on that tonight or in the future, given, you know, the lateness of the hour. I don't know that there's anything necessarily that I have to touch on. I can answer any questions there on any of the remainder of my written report.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Doesn't look like there are questions, so we'll go to the Planning and Zoning Director's report.
My report is also included in the agenda. I would say the main thing after Wednesday, staff is currently just managing the 3 public hearings that we'll be having in November and ensuring that we are in compliance with the MPC. We are preparing all of the signage for all the properties that need to be posted. So I'm sure you'll see everyone in planning and zoning out and about posting properties.
Okay. And given that this meeting has gone a little quicker than I thought it would, maybe we should just launch into the Whitehall Road Regional Park discussion now.
You're so funny, Steve. Hilarious.
Okay, I'm assuming that means you don't want to do that. So, I guess, does anyone have any communications on anything other than the stormwater fee? Seeing none, the calendar items, we don't have any on here. We do have a meeting on Wednesday. So that being the case, I'll say see you Wednesday and take a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Okay, we're adjourned.
Good night.
Good night.
Hi,
everyone.